Yes, guys. Hey. Oh, I got some music in the background. Hold on a minute. 2 seconds. Wait. Hold on a minute, guys. Let's pause this out right here. Guys, listen. My bad. Didn't even realize the thing is late because I realized Americans, you don't have daylight saving time going on. I apologize, guys. And UK, we haven't had ours yet. So, listen. Apologies for that once more, but listen, let's kick off the show real strong. Listen, today we're talking about Married at First Sight. If you are new to this channel, okay, I want you to make sure you do one thing for me. Make sure you like this live. Second thing I need to do, subscribe to this channel because there's more great content like this. We always get the audience involved. We get people to be involved on the talks. Because, you know, we all have an opinion. We all have our, you know, our particular say and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? So this is what this channel, encourages. Good, deep conversations, getting you to reflect and to really think about what you're seeing on your screen. So today, as I said, we are talking about Married at First Sight, season 12, episode 10. It's got wavy. I mean, there was a lot of interesting things were happening. We had Hayley and Jacob. I don't know what work Hayley is doing, but her and Rihanna have obviously become friends because she's work. She says she puts in work. I don't know where the work she's talking about because all she's done is buy a couple shirts. I don't know what work she's talking about. But you know what? I don't want to go too hard on there. I'm sure the panelists will do what they need to do. Poor Jacob was sitting on the couch thinking to himself, what's this woman talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, what have I got to do? I'm changing my whole self for you. You know what I mean? I'm saving all my love for you. He's doing all of that, and still it's not coming his way. You understand? Even a little kiss. You know, the little homework that they meant to do. She's not even doing that yet. Anyway, that's Hayley and Jacob. We've got, obviously, Clara and Ryan. I still don't understand what's going on here. There's still no diggity. There is no downplay. There is none of this going on right now. In fact, everything else is going on but sex. That's what's going on. Everything but sex. And I'm confused. Here's why I'm confused. Simply put, I don't mind if you want to save yourself for marriage. You understand? Yeah, no sex before marriage. I get it, but you're doing everything else rather than sex. This is confusing. And at first I was thinking to myself, Dr. Viviana, why are you not going to take sex off the table? And then I realized, hold on a minute, unlike Karen and Miles, they weren't having sex at all. These lot are doing all the other things except sex. So we need to have a real discussion around that and why he seems to hold it on such a pedestal, because that's a big thing. I know he's talking about, obviously, I want to make a connection. I don't know how you're making a connection when you're doing the diggity, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We're knocking boots, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how you do the connection when you're knocking boots in other ways. Then we have, obviously, we have Erica and Virginia. Do you know what I saw a bit more positivity, because they managed to have a really open discussion about their fears. Now, I didn't like everything that was said. Eric was coming a bit hard. Okay, man was coming a bit, Mama said knock you out. I mean, he was coming with a few blows and jabs with the conversation with Dr. Viviana. I wasn't feeling that part where he was trying to really throw her underneath the bus. Listen, even if it is her problem, the way you're throwing her underneath the bus, bro, this. He was like, listen, it's your problem. I was like, hold on a minute, sir, please. You're acting as if this is your friend. This is your wife, sir. Now, it may be her problem, but you need to chill a little bit, okay? All right, just chill a little bit. But I really appreciate Virginia's honesty today. She broke some walls, had a conversation about her fears, and explained how she, grew up and stuff like that. So, I appreciate her for doing that. Then we had Bree and Vincent. Wow, you know what? I'm happy because finally, Vincent, yes, we know he's not the salsa king. We know he's not, okay? Maria. Okay, so anyway, listen, we know he's not about that life, right? And he had to admit that today. But what I loved is the fact that he apologized and made sure that he made Bree aware that, look, I'll be honest with you, there was a lot of things that affected me and I reacted wrongly. So I appreciate that. And, they were doing a little, foodie, feed each other kind of thing. So I love that and I appreciate that. Now, obviously, Paige and Chris. Okay. There's not enough that we could say for these two. It's a bit wild, mate, isn't it? Huh? A bit wild, isn't it, really? Because we're back here again, aren't we, really? Mercedes-Benz got a Benz. You understand? Mercedes-Benz got a Benz. How was Mercedes not even involved in the series, but mentioned so much times in the actual show? Well, I don't know. But obviously, hopefully, Paige will be able to turn the page on this relationship. So that's my little recap. Just because we are a little bit running a bit late, I want to get some people on giving us their viewpoints and get their particular opinions. Because it's good to hear what you guys are saying and how you guys feel about the actual show. Yes, so I've got someone in the background already. Got Candice in the background. Let me bring her on. Let's start having a conversation. If you want to join the conversation, we've got at least another 45 minutes for the open talks, and then we'll have the super panel come on for an hour or two. You know how it gets. I say hour or two and it ends up 2, 3. And then we'll have that conversation as well. So let me get Candice on, because Candice is in the background. Let me bring you on, Candice. Hello, Candice. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good, sis. Talk to me, man. How you feeling, man?
I'm not feeling good. I'm not feeling good at all. Paige and Chris have irked my soul. They've irked me. Oh, Lord. Yes. So I'm a therapist, okay? And I try to look at it from the point of, what would I ask my clients if they came in and gave me a similar story to what Paige has in terms of what she's experiencing with Chris. And I feel like I was waiting on Dr. Viviana to ask her, but she never did. I need someone to ask Paige, because she keeps saying God is in this. God is telling her to hang on. What is your sign that God says no? How are you going to know that God's telling you no? Like, what are you looking for? So I took the liberty of writing a couple of signs down. These are possible signs, okay, that God might be saying no. First one, let's see here. Your husband sleeps with you multiple times and then says, I ain't feeling you like that. It could be a sign, but it ain't a sign for Paige, okay? So let's keep going here, okay? He comes back and says, my ex-fiance is pregnant. She's 6 weeks pregnant. So that I slept with her during the process, unprotected. That might be a sign. Not one for Paige. So let's keep going here. After the honeymoon, he flies off to Chicago, says, I got some things to think about. Comes back and says, I ain't moving in and I want a divorce. Now, for me, that would have been a clear sign. Like I would have been like, peace out. But for Paige, that was a sign that God told her to hang on to, a little bit longer and a little bit tighter. Okay, so now she asks for a call or a text a day. He says, that's just too much pressure. I can't do it. That's literally bottom of the barrel. I don't know how much of a lower expectation she can have. And he says he can't do it. But he says, let's go ahead and let's have a Bible study. Okay, so hallelujah. God is in this now. Okay, hallelujah. He comes back and says, I've been driving all day. I ain't got nothing prepared. Paige, you got us. What you got for the Bible study, Paige? So she pulls up something for the Bible study. And then after this great Bible study, I guess, he says, you know what? I'm hearing some words from the Lord. And the Lord is telling me to tell you, Paige, that I bought my baby mama a new Mercedes Benz. And I bought you back some old expired chicken from Chicago. I don't know how he got it back, but he bought her some old chicken and got Mercedes a new Mercedes. These are all signs to me that he don't want you, but they're not signs to Paige. So I just need her to let us all know, what is she looking for? Like what will make her leave? And I don't think there's a sign that she is ever going to look for to leave the situation. It just couldn't be. I think I would have been like, give me the papers. Like, Chris is not going to make one more dime off of us. Me. Take us off the call sheet. We're done. Paige is here, so we'll continue to see where this takes us. Because Paige ain't going nowhere.
My oh my, my oh my. I'm hearing you. Obviously, I mean, yeah, you've listed. I mean, there's so much we could even list in terms of, like you said, things that would point to the fact that this is unhealthy, and this is probably not from God. I mean, obviously, for the fact that obviously, number one, when she was asking for the call, like, let's see if we can arrange some time to call and everything like that, he didn't even really want to commit to that. He actually also said as well, he wanted to go out. He'd rather go out, but it's the way he said it. I felt like he wanted to control it. So I want to go out when I want to go out. So like when I want to go out, we can go out, almost kind of thing, rather than actually I want to go out with you. So I don't know. I mean, what was your thoughts about the Dr. Viviana scene then?
I felt like Dr. Viviana was trying. I even feel like Pastor Cal was trying. I feel like they all tried to like throw her hints to have her think a little bit deeper. But as a therapist, we can't tell you what to do.
Just the problem. Yeah, we can't.
We need a Yana on here or something. We need somebody that can just tell her straight up.
Life coach.
Yes. We need to get somebody that's not licensed at this point. We need her because she needs somebody to hold her hand through this and look at what's going on. And you need to make a decision because ultimately you have control of you. And you're giving him too much control. You need to make this the best decision for yourself. And you aren't feeling good about this. Like, I don't know, has she ever been happy? At least for a long time, I think she has.
Well,
not in the show.
No, I mean, I don't recall her being happy. Well, anytime she does get happy, it's for a brief second.
Oh, he
gives her something else. Yeah. It gives us something else to think about. What would you call it for you? What would you call that? Is there a term specifically for that when the person takes you high and low purposely? I know it's something like trauma bonding, but I don't know what the proper term is.
I mean, I feel like it's definitely some narcissism in there. I'm not diagnosed. I hate diagnosing people with this because I feel like it's I hate.
Yeah.
But I feel like Chris has some kind of personality disorder that is which narcissism is a personality disorder. Yeah. But I just want to diagnose him with something worse. But there's nothing worse I can diagnose him with. But there's some narcissism in there. And then there's just him playing games.
Yeah.
I think he just likes to see her. He likes to see how far he can take her. It's fun to him. That's why he sits there smirking and stuff because this is a game. He's like, got her again. That was easy. And Paige sits there soaking it all in. So if she gets tired of playing the game, Chris is going to keep playing it.
I mean, sometimes I think to myself when I look at the Chris and the Paige situation, he actually isn't doing that much. Like, I guess obviously maybe I do you know what, maybe I rolled around with too many narcissists. I don't know, but obviously like this is like for me, I'm looking at like he's not doing much like in terms of the way of like trying to twist her up or anything. Like he will literally just like, for instance, he made a comment after Dr. Vivian had gone when Paige was writing down like when they could like potentially have a diary of when they want to, you know, meet up and stuff. And he said she asked him what films you like, and he said, oh, action. And then she was like, and he was like, she was like, oh, what did she say? She said something else, and he said, no, he said something, but he turned it into a sexual innuendo, basically, right? He said about the action. He was like, oh, but no, something, and then turned it into a thing, and she started smiling. And I was like, like sis, like it can't be that easy, like, bruh, like you losing here. You're not in control here. You're losing here, like, and the fact that you can turn it into a sex joke, I was like. I mean, he's going to do that anyway, but the fact is that it's because he knows you're willing to take this. Do you know what I mean? Because he's only allowed to play as much as you want him to play. We're no longer 18, so this is not something that you're naive at, or you shouldn't be naive anyway at by 26. Like you know, her brother told her she'd been through she had not quite, but you know, one or two relationships she had been through, and she was quite harsh. So I was thinking, you know, you're aware a little bit, but it seems like no. You know?
It's disappointing. I feel like we all had such high hopes for Paige. She came in like so, like this strong Black woman, intelligent. You know, she's doing her things, smart. I think it surprised us all that she is just not as smart as we thought she was in terms of like common sense. She might be smart in book smarts, but that common sense is lacking.
I'm hearing you on that. Yeah, I can rock with that as well. I've got two new people also who want to involve themselves and have a conversation. We've got Light and Linda. I'm going by the names you've put on there, guys. So if you've got different names, well, it's I won't know. But so if I can get Light on first. Light, if you can just give me your perspective. What's your take on things? You don't have to talk about Chris and Paige, but it's open season at the moment. But let us know your thoughts.
Okay. Hi, Kojo. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, sis.
Hey, thank you so much for having me.
Mm-hmm.
My main perspective of Chris and Paige for this episode was, I think it's just to be direct, the most disgusted I've been with Chris for this season. And the reason I say that is because, I mean, I've kind of said this a lot in the chat that to me, it looks like he's trying to move Paige, transition her from wifey to side chick. It's not really a phrase I like to use, but it seems to be what he's trying to do. The reason I think this is the worst thing that he's done so far is because at this point, I believe he is using her faith as a weapon against her.
I hear that.
Because, he's basically said he doesn't want to talk to her every day, but he wants to have dinner. But he doesn't want to go out with her. He wants to come to the house. He doesn't bring like a nice romantic meal. He brings a very inexpensive, not a lot to the meal.
Chicken and chip.
Yeah. 2 pieces and a biscuit and maybe fries. And, then he says that he wants to do this Bible study. First of all, when you're, a godly man, in my opinion, and the way I understand it is you kind of want to be the leader of your prayer life. That is, the leader of the family. And he doesn't ever want to lead with grace.
Yep.
He doesn't, he suggested the Bible study. He didn't want to lead with the Bible study. I really think that this whole interaction, this particular time, was his idea of trying to make this into a booty call. But for really lack of a better term, I think he knows that interjecting the thought about God and faith is the thing. And excuse me for saying it this way, it turns her on. It's the thing that's going to get her hooked, to lower her defenses.
Come on now.
And so that's why he said Bible study. And that's why I was like the most disgusted of all of the things that you've done to this girl, to now use the faith that she's relying on to try to get to manipulate her is just really crossing such a line. And there have been so many things. So that's saying a lot. So that's my main perspective of this episode.
Okay. Cool. I get that. Is he okay? So then, question: is he just a guy who's an opportunist then? Because
I think so.
You know what I mean? Is he an opportunist? Because I don't know if he may have had this plan to go in and do something like this, but he would have never known what he was going to get at the altar. So obviously, do we think he's a bit more of an opportunist? Because some of the things that he does, I can see some calculation in it, and some of them I'm like, that's just like a man-child acting out, and it's manipulative, but it's not calculated in a sense. You know what I mean? Like some of these movements are not as crafty as it could be. I'm just saying that's probably how dark my mind is, but it's just not as detailed. You know what I mean? Like as I thought it should be. Some of the movements look like he's a bit of a kid, kind of acting out a little bit. I don't know if I can ever explain that correctly, but yeah. I mean, sorry. Let me get Linda in as well. Linda, talk to me. Sorry, go for it.
Oh yeah. No, thank you. Nice. So my take on this is, and I know a lot of people have probably heard this phrase before, but don't let a man tell you more than once that he does not want you. This woman is chasing this man, chasing him. And it's really, really sad. And I don't want to make assumptions about her life because we don't really know that much about either of them. But it really seems like she has some deep-seated daddy issues or what is going on? Where is her family? We haven't seen either since right after the wedding. We haven't seen any of their support systems other than the kind of shady pastor. I feel like he was a bit shady in that moment by reaching out to her just behind the back. I feel like his side of the family, the people that he knows, they are entirely shady. And from his family to his pastor, I don't think we have met one wholesome person from his side. And ever since that, the first special, we haven't seen a lick of Paige's family. Where's her family? Seriously. And then the other thing is, I think Chris, and I've heard you say this before, people throw out the phrase, narcissist, and they just kind of ascribe it to people, just willy-nilly. But just based off of what I know, Chris does seem like a narcissist. He really does. And I think Paige was able to gain some of her power back in that meeting with the ex. Because the thing about when people have elements of narcissism or just straight up narcissism, the thing that really gets to them the most is your lack of emotion. And when she showed little to no emotion, and she really showed that she was kind of over the situation, but she wasn't emotional about it. She was just kind of accepting him for who he was and what the situation was, and just he knew that she was mentally checked out. And she wasn't mentally checked out and then trying to badger him about why are you doing this to me, or crying to him or begging him or trying to get an answer, trying to get an explanation, because that feeds them more. They desire that. They like that. They feed off of that. They feed off of your despair. They feed off of your sadness. They feed off of your begging. But once you don't give them that, it drives them crazy. And you could see he ran out of the room. He almost lost his mind because he could tell that she just didn't care, and she felt no ways about it. And that irritated him even more. That irritated him the most. And so but when she was willing to have that conversation, because if she had just left it there and deleted his number, blocked his number, never took his calls again, and just left him on silent, trust that would have eaten away at him even more. It would have eaten away at him way more than her deciding to meet up with him again and trying it again, and then him eventually ended up leaving her, because I think the writing's on the wall with this one, right? But if she had just left him on silent, that is actually the best revenge, because they will, instead of you ruminating and you going through that torment, they would actually be going through that torment, because they're how did I why didn't my games work? How was she able to get away? How was she able to go on with her life and live her best life? Why wasn't I able to ruin her? That is what would perplex them the most, these kind of men, because they thrive off of your despair. They thrive off of you. Like, it's just straight up evilness. You could tell, like, when he was preparing to tell her how he bought Mercedes a car, you could see that little smirk coming in. Like, he couldn't wait. Like, he had this on his mind when he came to meet with her. He had it on his mind. He was just waiting for his little opening to, like, kind of tell her, like, speaking of, friendship and whatnot, such and such and such, and I bought her, a brand new Mercedes. Why couldn't she get a Toyota or like a used car? Why does she need a brand new Mercedes? And like, that's even kind of getting off track. Like, he could have just gotten her like a basic used car. And I saw your video earlier about like the fact that like he didn't even consult her, right? Because if you really like, he's saying it as though like he respects Paige and like wants to like let her know, but it's like, if you really cared, you would have consulted her, because in a marriage you don't make major financial decisions without your partner. So why are we playing these games, and you're playing these games acting like you actually care about me? You don't. But at the end of the day, Paige is not dumb. She's very smart. And like I said, I said before, with that conversation with the producers, like she knows what was going on. And the fact that she rolled her eyes in the confessional, right? But when they were talking, she wasn't showing that kind of emotion. But when she was in the confessional, she gave us that big eye roll, like, girl, you are frustrated. Why are you still in this? So she understands what's going on. And I think a big part of her pride is like, she does want to like ultimately say that she won. And I think that's what's really driving her. Like, she wants to be able to say, like, I won. You know what I mean? But she knows that she can't go off on him, because she also knows that he's playing a game with her too. Because she knows that he wants to see that emotion out of her too. So she's like going to play the good girl and be like, I'm not going to like give in to the emotion that you want me to see, but I'm going to play your game too. And I'm going to show America how nice of a girl I am. And in turn, you're going to look like even worse of a monster, because look how nice I am. And you're doing this to me. You know what I mean? So I do think that there's some pride and there's some manipulation on her end too. Sorry, I'm talking too much.
That's right. Let me get Candice in. So Candice, why does someone stay in such a situation, do you think? Why does someone stay? What makes someone? I mean, I've seen this since I was a kid. I'm not gonna lie to you. Not even women, young girls staying in relationships, with men that will cheat on them ridiculously, and they would find out each time and still stay with that person. Why do people stay in those kind of relationships, Candice?
I think there's several reasons why. Low self-esteem is the main one. They don't think that they can go out and find somebody better. Some of them have we say Chris has narcissism. Some of them have dependent personality disorder. Like, they can't leave the person. They think they need them for some reason, or they might need them for some reason, meaning some women won't leave because they can't pay the bills without this person and things like that. That's not Paige's situation though. Yeah. I feel like Paige is staying, just like the girl said before, because it's a competition. I think that if Mercedes hadn't been brought into the picture and Chris acted the way he did, I actually believe Paige might have left a little bit sooner. But now there's this competition with Mercedes, and she's like, you're not going to win this one. I got this. But if she wins Chris, which we know she won't because we know what happened after, whatever. But if she had won Chris, that wouldn't have lasted long. She would have let him go, because the game is over for her now. So they're both playing a game. It's just Paige looks stupid doing it.
I hear that. Onu, you're on here as well. Talk to us, bro. Like, what's your thoughts, bro, on this situation at the moment? Talk to us. What you're saying? What you saying?
I feel for Paige. I'm like, I want the best. You want the best for Black women, just women in general. But it's just like the reasoning, like I've been saying for weeks, the reasoning behind Paige the past couple weeks, I don't get it. Like, we were giving her roses, a round of applause a couple weeks ago, and like right now I feel like she just went back to high school. I like this guy. I want to see everything, make it work. And right now it's just like, what are we doing here? It's like every single time he says something about their relationship, she gets the butterflies. She's like, I can't leave the guy. I want to give him a chance, like over and over again. I'm just like, how many chances you need? And it's like, I'm getting to see this in real time, like actually judge, like, okay, like what do successful relationships look and don't look like? It's a good educational tool, but at the same time, this is a lot of trauma. This is a lot of heartache. It's just like, anyone you care about, you don't want to go through this. I mean, it's not a good look for us, our community, whatever you want to call it. It's just like, you want good people to be around good people. And once people aren't good or don't have good intentions, bad things can happen. This is what this is right now. I wish there was a better way for me to say it, but that's what it is.
Okay, no, I hear that. Sorry, let me mute there. So okay, cool. Chris and Paige'S. You know what? We can talk about them all night. To be honest, we'll get frustrated. Let's move on to someone else and see what we can have another discussion. Maybe we can try and flesh out some other people. We had Clara and Ryan. They got in front of Dr. Viviana. Dr. Viviana was trying to sort out their issues. He's saying that he's not ready to have the sex. He needs it to be committed. He wants to feel some things in this. He wants to feel some things in his art before he gets into that place. She's saying that she's never had an emotional connection from sex. I think that's even more scary. I'm not gonna lie to you. She says she ain't had an emotional connection. You want to jump into bed already? Sis, you better slow the hell down. What do we think about about Clara and Ryan? If I can get Light, your situation, and I'll go to Candice after. Go for it, Light.
Well, my perspective on Ryan and Clara is I think I got a fresh idea of who Clara is through this episode, because she mentioned that she's had a similar experience in past relationships, and I believe that was plural. More than one of her past relationships sort of petered out. I think that, from what's being displayed, it seems that she's really not very deep in other areas of her personality. She really focuses a lot on sexual activity and her sexual life. Ryan seems to just want to pull something out of her that is a little bit deeper. And I don't think that he wants to go into that level of connection if he can't, pull something out that's a little deeper. And I think that says a lot about who she is and where the disconnect is from them, between them. I don't think that Ryan is a virgin. I think that
she said he's not, didn't she?
Yeah, she said that he has told her he's not. Dr. Viviana asked if maybe he was being untruthful about that. I don't get that perspective. I think that it really does come down to the fact that he can't, he wants to go deep and she doesn't seem to have a deeper space to go. And that's keeping him, disconnected. And for someone like Ryan, I really can relate to him in a lot of ways, because for him, it's very much an emotional connection. So she doesn't have an emotional connection to sex. It really, in my opinion, would be a turnoff to someone like Ryan. So I think that that's something that she needs to, really explore about herself. Is why is it, if it's not even emotional, why is it such a priority for you? That would be my thought about Clara.
Okay, I like that. Candice, give us your quick rendition of Clara and Ryan. What's going on?
So I'm gonna piggyback a little bit off what was just said. I do feel like Ryan is looking for somebody to connect with intellectually first, and he can't do that with Clara. So that's one problem. And then he does connect with people emotionally for sex, and her saying that she can't connect with somebody emotionally, like it's not about that for her, then that's going to be a big problem for them. But what concerned me most was her saying that, because I feel like there might be some like sexual abuse history that she might have, for her to be able to cut that off, that emotion part off so easily, for her to be like, sex is not about that for me, it's just the act. And I've just heard that so much from people that have been molested and things like that. Like it takes away the emotional part. It's not about that anymore. So I wonder what her first experience sex have been for her to for it to be like that for her. So it's just concerning for me. And that might be a conversation that they might need to have. I'm sure they don't want to have that on camera, but you might want to dig a little bit deeper about why that is for her. And then that might help her connect emotionally if she can, if it's something like that.
I'm hearing you on that. Hearing that. Welcome to the conversation, Spoil Me Nisi. We are talking about Clara and Ryan. Unfortunately, we've passed Chris and Paige, so I do apologize. I know you probably wanted to add about Chris and Paige, but we're talking about Clara and Ryan. If you want to add for that, we're just talking, saying obviously it was the conversation that was had with Dr. Viviana was quite intense, quite deep, actually, and I think there were some pressing issues that were within their relationship which potentially can go deeper. What was your thoughts on Clara and Ryan? Spoil Me Nisi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, sis.
Perfect. Hi, hello. So as far as those two, at the beginning of the show, they were one of my favorite couples. But as we go further into it, I just feel like they have nothing in common. And I think that, his lack of comfort with the topic of sex is going to become like a real problem for her. Last episode, she mentioned that they haven't really been intimate at all. She said that she hasn't even seen him with his shirt off. And I think that's weird. That's, I think that's very problematic because, in the end, he's Christian. I get it. I'm Christian. So I get he wants to be modest. Maybe he doesn't want people in their business as far as, being physical with each other. That is a part of them that they should not be required to share with even the viewers of the show. But at the same time, I feel like they should be connecting a little more, and you can kind of tell that she's a kind of woman that, she likes sex, she enjoys it, and he has closed off that intimate part of himself from her so far, the whole show. And then on top of that, he's never been in love before. It kind of seems like mentally he has something going on that blocks him from love, blocks him from intimacy. I'm no therapist, but I know from my experience with men, I think that's not the best sign, in him. But one thing that I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but one thing that I didn't like when it came to him is that, I know that he has a preference, but I feel like he closes himself off from different kinds of women. And when you think about the fact that he's never been in love before, how does he know that the person that he's meant to love is not one of those other kinds of women that he's closed himself off from? From watching the show, I'm like, why would they put her with, I personally would not have put her with him. I like Brianna and Vincent, but personally, I probably would have put Brianna with him, to be 100% honest, but they didn't because he specifically said what he likes. But I think that he's closing himself off. There's a reason that he has not found love with anybody yet. And I think that Clara is so afraid of his intimacy. Because I think she can feel it that those two have nothing in common and he probably won't fall in love with her. So those are my views on those two.
Appreciate that. Okay. I'm hearing that. Max, go for it. Talk to us.
On Clara and Ryan, I don't really have much to say, to be honest.
You don't have nothing to say about Clara and Ryan, Max?
It's not that I don't have anything to say. I haven't given them much thought, to be honest, in this particular moment. I just came on to share my point, to be honest with you. So I haven't
go quick. Yeah. I know you need to go quick, innit? So drop the Erik one then. Go for it.
Okay, yeah. So I was just saying, apart from the obvious, Erik is my least favorite person on this show because when he speaks, it's always about him. And I don't know if you've noticed, he offers Virginia no reassurance at all. And last week when she shared about, I believe that's when she shared about her parents being divorced and all those different feelings that brought up for her, he was like, yeah, it must be hard. My parents have a perfect marriage. They've been married for so many years. And I thought, what kind of response is that? And he did the same thing this episode when she was sharing, he brought it back to him. And I just thought, oh my goodness. Like, I understand people are worried about her drinking and I get that, but the reassurance isn't there. And I don't know if people are also seeing she's calming down. Like, she is trying. There's at least effort on her side, right? But I think if it's not going to be met with any reassurance or any encouragement, it's all going to waste.
So I do think, we have to consider both people in a marriage, right? And what she's bringing to the table, if it can't be supported, it will all fall apart. So that's just one thing I wanted to mention, that I really think Erik is going to hold them back in terms of their bond progressing.
Appreciate it, Max. Appreciate it. There's a question here from Old Soul. Would we be having this same convo if the roles were reversed? If Clara wanted a deeper connection and Ryan wanted sex? Can I be honest? I personally, I thought about saying, it's different. I mean, like, why did Dr. Viviana not take sex on the table like Miles and Karen? There's a big difference. The difference here is that Ryan is still doing other things. That's the problem. So he's willing to draw up the steam. Look, the Bible says, do not awaken young lust before it's time. Why are you drawing from the wells of this woman to let her do things to you? But when it comes to now her fulfilling her and wanting sex, intercourse, you don't want to go that far. And that's the difference between Miles and Karen. They never entered that space at all. She just wasn't entering it at all. So I think there's a clear difference between in this conversation and that one. But I don't know if anyone else wants to add. I haven't heard from Light or Linda in a little while. Light, go for it, and then Linda.
Well, I actually think maybe a different perspective of that, because I think that Clara is really persistent. And I think that a part of Ryan feels a pressure to satisfy her to a certain extent without crossing his own set boundary. And I thought about that too at one point. If it was a guy that was just about sex, we would be like, okay, well, that's just the normal thing. But it really, in this case, it really just comes down to the fact that if it was a guy that was pressuring the girl, we would be a little bit more outraged at the fact that she is giving in to the level of pressure. So it's just one perspective I have, one thought about that with them, and just, I have a couple others, but that's like the main thought about that.
Fair enough. Yeah. Linda, what's your thoughts on this question here? Would it be different if it was a guy and a girl?
I think that it would be different. I definitely do. Even if they were doing, having dinner downstairs, I think that it still would be a question, because if that's all that they were doing was the oral stuff, and if what's his name, Ryan, were still pressuring her to go further, I think Dr. Viviana, especially her being a woman, I know she's a therapist, she still probably has personal biases, but I think even if Ryan was the one pressuring her to take it even further, she would push back and go at her pace, right? Like, you should go, if she's not comfortable with the intercourse yet, then, maybe take a back seat and figure out how to get her comfortable. So I still do think that there still would be a bias against Ryan if he was the one that was the aggressor, even if they were doing the the other aspects, other sexual aspects. But I think because it's Clara, and we normally make the assumption that the men, or usually men, tend to be the aggressors in bed, or the initiators, and they tend to have higher drive initially than women. If because it's the woman now who's desiring it more than the man, I think society does tend to take it easier on women when it comes to that. Even when you think about assault, right? Assault against men, it's even it's not taken in the same way. And even some men will say, well, what's his problem? So there is still that gender bias when it comes to that, I believe.
I'll rock with that. Candice, what are you saying?
I think that if I'm just thinking about if I were talking to my friends and it was a question of, okay, so Ryan says he has no emotional connection to sex and Clara does. I think that at first it's sad, but I probably wouldn't question it as much. I think that is just the way that we were brought up. Like, men just, they don't connect as emotionally to sex and stuff like that. But then if you think about it, I put my therapy hat back on.
Yep, that's
the problem. That's the problem from either side. Why? That would be a question I would need to ask in a therapy session: is why is a connection for you? Let's break that down a little bit, male or female. So yeah, in a therapeutic with that hat on, I would dig a little deeper because it's not right on either end. But just talking to my friends, I probably wouldn't have thought much deeper about it. So that's, I got to question myself about that, because that is yeah, a bias I need to work on.
Maybe I'm biased too. I don't know. Oh no,
No.
go for it. Maybe I'm biased. Oh no, go for it. Oh, sorry, I've muted you, my bro. So go for it.
Hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
So this is a tough one, Ryan. Like, I've been like on his side up until like today, this past week episode. I'm just like, hey, things aren't adding up. Like, it's one thing to take things slow, but then now you're engaging in sexual activities, and it's just like, okay, what's going on here? So I see why Claire's kind of frustrated, because she's attracted to this guy, she's interested, and she wants to proceed forward. And it's like he's putting the brakes on being intimate or whatever it is on his point of end. And it's just like, I don't get, it's like, I think it might, to me, when I was first thinking, maybe it's an experience. He hasn't had good sexual experience in the past. You know, I don't think he's a virgin, but it's just like, I don't think he's had a lot of partners or whatever. He hasn't enjoyed sex from like a physical standpoint. He's more of like intellectual, sapiosexual type of experience for him. He's trying to connect on a mental level versus the physical level first. And it's like, it's taking time. But like Claire's like ready. I mean, Claire has been ready for that, and it's just like, why are they slowing down? To me, it's like it's starting to make sense now. But like all the sexual energy, whatever's going on, I can see why she's frustrated and what's going on. I think that needs to be corrected first. I honestly think Dr. Vivian was a pro. She's the MVP for this episode. She came in just nailing everything down point by point. And I was just like, okay, something wasn't adding up. I see what she was going about that. But for Ryan, it's just like, you know, if he's, again, as somebody says, if he's not interested in physical sex, is there any other way? Is this going to work for Claire? That's the question. We have to figure things out. And like, based on her expressions, is no. So what are they doing together? That's what I was, or how they're going to stay together.
Good points. I think obviously as well, like I think when I'm watching Clara and Ryan, I think when they had a conversation with Dr. Viviana, I think for me there is obviously some way deeper issues that Clara is dealing with, way deeper. Because for you to say you didn't have no emotional connection with any of these sexual interactions that you had, but you've always fallen in love with people, there's a disconnect. Mm-hmm. How is it you've always fallen in love with people, but yet you have no sexual, there's no connection emotionally for you sexually? Don't get twisted. We've all, I'm sure we've all, probably maybe not all, some of us have had some moments where we've just wanted to just let loose, okay? And I think, yes, you have those moments, but if you're saying that you've been in relationships and you've fallen in love with these people, and then you're having sex with these people, and it's not necessarily even a relationship, because I think she's only had one major relationship, but you're falling in love with people, and then the sex is not connecting. I think what Candice was saying, there is some intrusion there. I always use the word intrusion, meaning there's something that's happened in the past that has affected the way you're looking at sex. And I can see that maybe potentially for Ryan, that could be a little bit scary too, because he may be looking at her being so wanting sex so much, and maybe that's also pulling him back a little bit as well. But my issue is that if that is what you're seeing, then you shouldn't be having sex at all. Because actually what you're doing is you're bringing her to a certain line. And that's why I can't give him the if it was another way round, because the reasoning of why he's not doing it is so we can connect emotionally. I don't know how you can connect emotionally by doing everything else. Like it's a lie to oneself to tell yourself that I can do other things in sex and I can build the emotional connection. But if I have actual intercourse, I can't build the emotional connection. You're lying to yourself. And so that the real reason needs to come out. Why are you not having sex? I think it will go deeper for Ryan for that. I think maybe it's beliefs, maybe the way he looks at sex, the church aspect of being religious and how he sees sex could play into it. I think there's a lot of deeper rooted issues for Clara and Ryan, but especially for Clara, there needs to be some therapy instantly. I would be looking at Dr. Viviana like, Dr. Viviana, can we get a therapist here? Because what she said about not emotionally connected in sex and falling in love, for me, is a really deep rooted issue that will present itself like a dragon in a few years' time in that relationship, in some shape or form, she may fall apart in that relationship, she may fall apart in that marriage. We don't know how it's going to affect her. But the fact she's carrying it, and we saw a little bit of it come out when she was talking to Dr. Viviana, tells me that there's something deeper to go that we need to have a discussion around. What's your thoughts there, Candice, a little bit?
One thing that's come to my mind right now is that I think they're going to have issues regardless, because if that's how she views sex, and he is like we can wait on sex, like let's let it come or whatever it is, I feel like they're going to have issues with the amount of sex that they're both comfortable with. I feel like she's a lot more than he's willing to provide for her. I think that's going to be a problem. I think they need to talk about that before they continue to move forward, because I just don't see him as the type that's going to be able to. I think she's going to want it every day. He's going to be like 2 times a week is fine with me. So that's what's coming to my mind right now.
Go for it.
May I interject something?
Go for it.
I think that there's a part of this for Ryan that is more of a turnoff, is the fact that she talks about it so much. She talks about it so publicly. She talks about it with his friends and her friends and there's always this conversation, and it's always with this very negative connotation about, he's not doing this, and we're not doing this, and I haven't seen him, and he's already mentioned to her that the fact that she doesn't control that conversation, her level of conversations, is a problem for him. For such a private person, I think that is a bit of a turnoff. But I do agree with you guys when you say that, going deeper, Candice, that there is something in her that is that the disconnect is definitely an emotional thing. The disconnect has to do with something that has come from her past, that she has, you mentioned the possibility of her having been exposed at maybe a young age, or maybe, even if it's not like full on, like, rape or molestation, sometimes the idea of being pressured when you're a young girl, just, coerced or pressured or doing something, or even consenting when you weren't comfortable, it really takes you to a level where you have to disconnect emotionally within the act, and then that becomes the way that you face it going forward. But at the same time, it is physically pleasing, and it's the way that you know how to connect with people. If she had a boyfriend in her young life, that this was the only way to connect with that person, even though she wasn't ready for it. It seems that's her way to get the other people to fall in love with them, but she's not feeling it. So it really is a lot deeper. But the more she talks about it, the more he's going to pull back, because he's not comfortable with his whole business being out there on the streets.
Fair point. Yeah, fair point. Yeah. Anybody else want to add in terms of Clara and Ryan?
Yeah, I just excuse me, I just wanted to add one thing. I just thought about it. So we know that Clara is kind of like she wants it bad. And she's really having a hard time with him not wanting it as much as she does. But one thing that I'm noticing that he wants is someone that he can connect with on an intellectual level.
I hear that.
And I think that that's something that he really craves. Ryan doesn't strike me as a type that wants a woman just for sex. He's not really interested in that. He's attracted to her. She's a beautiful woman. He knows he's going to like having sex with her. I think that he's in a battle with wanting to get closer to her on an intellectual level before they solidify their marriage. And I think that she wants to have sex with him to know that she's going to enjoy the sex with him before their marriage is set in stone. And I think that's where they're kind of clashing. I noticed that last episode, he tried to get deep with her and talk to her about what drives him. And me personally, I was like, wow, I like where this conversation is going. And she shut him down. She was like, oh, I feel like I'm in a talk, bring some free donuts. I thought that was a little nasty that she said that. And that was kind of a turnoff because he was trying to connect. So whereas on one hand, yeah, I get it. She wants to get physical with him, but I think that he needs a wife that he can connect with on a deeper level intellectually. And I think that's part of where that balance is kind of struggling there with those two.
I was going to add that I agree with that as well, wholeheartedly. Like, I definitely think Ryan's a sapiosexual. And I think that, like, there isn't, like, he's attracted to your mind. There isn't enough intrigue with Clara. Like, she seems, you know, a little too basic, and she can't, like, give him the depth. And I think if he had a woman that naturally gave him that depth, he would probably take it all the way there with her. But I think with Ryan, he still does have those urges, right? Like, he still wants to, like, get his, you know, pleasure in some way, which, like, shows that he is attracted to her, and he still does have the urges to do that. But, like, I think he views, like, the actual act of intercourse as, like, we're on a, like, even deeper level. And so far, Clara has not shown him that she can get there with him just naturally.
Okay, I hear that. There was a part which I think was only part was concerning for me is Clara's when they were playing the game, or the question part, and she was really dropping some low blows up in here about, you know, when he was about, like, he was gonna talk about sex work. She like, and she just dropped a little side comment swipe, you know, about, you know, you're not gonna talk about sex, or, you know, favorite position. And she kind of said something after, and I was like, oh sis, like you're doing a bit much right now. Like that for me was pressure. Like, when you're doing those comments, that for me was pressure. And again, I think, you know, yes, if it was a man, I'd have been like, oh, that's a bit. But I think the difference here, what I'm looking at, is that there's obviously some kind of deficit here for Clara, because the drive to want to have sex so much is for me concerning, right? There's something about that is making me feel uneasy, that you're even now dropping comments to almost pressure the brother into trying to give in, like, and I think that's where I'm a bit scared for Ryan in that respect, where you're hearing your partner kind of drop side blows and side swipes as you take paper to, you know, talk about sex. And obviously he's clearly a very private guy, and, you know, doesn't want to talk about sex. I think also that's also another thing for me. Like, I know people are private, but I'm like, bro, you came on a national television show. You've watched it last 12 seasons. I actually don't get that part. Like, we're now in the 12th season. They ask questions about sex. If you're not comfortable talking about sex, why are you here? Like, we are grown adults. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I don't know if that's an issue for him as well, that he can't talk about sex as well. So I don't know. I'm not sure 100% there as well. So I don't know. But anyway, there's Erik and Virginia. What do you guys think about Erik and Virginia really quickly as well?
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay, so Erik and Virginia, I don't really watch them like that. Like, they're kind of boring to me, kind of like Ron and Claire. But I felt there was something that was said about their differences of beliefs in certain things. And I don't know, it's striking me like Erik might be a little like Trump supporter, and she might be like the opposite. And I don't know. I feel like that's going to be an issue for them, because she seems like she might be like, let's go out here and support Black Lives Matter. I want to march. And he's like, keep your tail at home. Like, we're not going out there. Like, have these babies and cook this food in the kitchen and be happy. And she ain't having that. She's too much of a free spirit in a way. She's trying. I feel like she is trying. She's doing her best, but I don't know if her best is going to be enough for him. I think they'll stay together, but I definitely don't. I think he'll pick at her the whole way until she kind of gives in with certain things. Don't get me wrong. I think there are certain things that she does, like the stand at the friends' houses and stuff like that. Like, she has to grow up, but I also think that he picks a lot with her, even when she's trying to compromise a bit. He's not going to compromise at all. So I'm just not a fan of them in general.
I'm hearing that. Anu, what are you saying? Erik, Virginia, what are you saying real quicks? Oh, sorry, I muted you again. I apologize.
Oh, I don't think they're staying together. Like, I just think they're two opposites. It's not they think differently. They want different things. And it's just like, when you're that polar opposites on certain things like that, it's going to be hard to stay together just for the love. And it's like, they don't love each other. Virginia wants to live her life. Erik wants to live his life, and it's two opposite lives. So where's going to be the compromise for them moving forward? Even if they were to succeed, I don't see how this is going to be a long-term relationship. Every time Erik talks about his marriage, he's comparing it to his ex-wife. I've tried to compare relationships to ex-girlfriends that end miserably. So I don't know how he's getting away with this time and time again. And it's just like, if you want to be with her, be with the ex-wife, but you're with Virginia, and I don't hear him telling Virginia like what she does that makes him feel happy. It's just like, what should a wife do, or what should his spouse do? And it's just like this, to me, it's not healthy. And it's like, I worry for Virginia. Now, I mean, she's doing a better job in this episode to express like what her thought process is behind certain things, like why she thinks and believes the way she believes, and the fact that he was on the attack that, okay, my foundation, my religion, my oath to the military. To me, that's like, he's set in a conservative mindset, and it's just like, she's far from a conservative girl. And it's like, this is two people that don't have a way to come together and have just an understanding of how to just be civil to not just themselves, but to themselves, but to the whole world at the same time. I can't hear you. Cole, can't hear you.
My bad. Sometimes we just I was going off, but no, I was saying, anybody else want to kind of chip in there a little bit about Erik and Virginia? This is the last orders at the bar, by the way, guys, before we got a panel on. Talk to us.
Well, this is like, I have a thought that I actually want to pose to the panel and the audience. A question about how the experts seem to be pairing these people at this point. And Erik and Virginia are a perfect example of it. They seem to be so opposite. And it seems to be a pattern that they are pairing people in order to pull personality traits out of the other person, rather than personality traits that might parallel and complement each other. I'm having a real problem with that. I see it with Hayley and Jacob. Why is it that they're not really picking people for the other person that have the same the same interests and the same goals? And they did the same thing last season when it came to, forgive me, I don't really remember the names. I think it was Brett and the little brunette girl, and I think that they were so opposite that they continued to say, oh, they can complement each other, they can pull this out. But I'm not sure that I'm liking the way that they are, that they're using that as the primary way that they're pairing people. And I'd like to find out other people's opinions on that. Maybe I'm just seeing too much into that. And I think that that's the main problem between Erik and Virginia, is that they are just not on the same life path at all. They're not in the same place in life. They don't seem to be going in the same direction. The idea that she doesn't want to have children, it seems to be that it's very much about her past and about her family life, but that's so opposite of where he is in his life and where he wants to go. Why would they pair them together? And so everything that happens between the two of them, it always comes back to that for me, is that I don't think they should have been paired in the first place.
Absolutely. And I agree with that. And I would say this really quickly: as drunk as Virginia is, she's actually super insightful. I would even say she's probably way more insightful and way more emotionally mature than Erik, because she has sense enough and the wherewithal enough to be able to recognize that they are actively avoiding contentious conversations, and she said it multiple times in her confessionals, we're avoiding things, and she's the only one really waving the red flag, mayday, we have problems, and he's just floating on cloud nine, and he's just no, you have a problem. And it's no, because I have a problem, we're in a marriage, so we have a problem. My problems are our problems. So why are you just saying, he just kept, even the way he kept pushing it over to her in front of Dr. Viviana, his hand gestures was just it's your problem. And being someone who's from the United States, the whole politics thing, I'm sorry, if you've been watching or you have any inkling what's going on here, there are two distinct camps. And the people who are in those camps are firmly in those camps. Mm-hmm. And nowadays, politics has become almost synonymous with your morals, like your moral standing. Like, do you think people who don't look like you deserve rights? Like, do you think people who don't look like you are at a disadvantage? Do you think we should fix these problems? And he's just like, well, those social issues are just like too difficult for me. I'm in the military. We are like people who kind of can read between the lines, kind of have an understanding of where Erik might sit in his camp and where Virginia is. She seems like more progressive leaning, being that they're in Georgia. She seems very progressive, gay sister, social justice person. And those are very distinct values. And I'm sorry, like if you're true social justice, if you're someone who's really for social justice, someone who doesn't see that or has those blind spots and doesn't care to see it, that's going to really bother you. And I think that that's going to be a really like a big breaking point in their marriage. Like even nowadays, people on dating sites, they're like, are you BLM? Like, are you like, did you vote for, number 45? Who did you vote for? Like, it's a serious thing. So I think that that's going to be like that's like a big thing where they're not really addressing it. And he's just kind of like willing to be on kind of lying. So I think in that regard, Virginia is coming off like way more mature when it comes to their issues. And she's even saying like, you might not like me like forever. Like right now you seem really into me. And like, I know that that's not going to last. And it's not because he's actively avoiding things because he is very like physically attracted to her and just wants to like kind of put all of the bigger issues to the side. And I think she's actually handling it with way more maturity. And I think she's like trying to use the experts to kind of mediate those tougher conversations. Because when the experts are there, she's like, well, you don't like my guy friends and you don't like this and you don't like that. And she's the only one really like waving those flags. But I do think when it comes to the guy friends, that's like the one point that I will disagree with her on. Because I think she's fighting way harder for these guy friends than her marriage. Like that doesn't even make any sense. Like, why are you fighting so hard for these dudes? You're married now. Like you should be fighting harder. Like all those different disagreements that you all are avoiding, you should be fighting harder for that and trying to like get to a good place on those issues as opposed to like fighting so hard for these guy friends. Like your husband should be number one. That's just my opinion. But yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you guys. All right, guys, that was the last orders at the bar. Candice and Onu stay on. We got space for you guys to be on the panel today. But Linda, Sporby, Nisi, sorry. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really do appreciate you guys coming through. It's much appreciated. It's good to hear you lot's voices sound deep as well. And give us some holistic points as well. So I really, really appreciate that. So hopefully we'll see you guys again next week. Linda and Spoil Me, Nisi, once again. Thank you so much. If I'm going to put you in the background, is that okay, guys? So
have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
No worries. Appreciate you, lot. All right. Cool. All right. Yuli. All right, guys. Thank you. So Candice and Onu, you're already on the stage. We really do appreciate you. Guys, we have our panel out today. And listen... my panel today, guys. I've got to do my little intro. I've got to introduce my superstars to the stage, my WWE wrestlers of the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to give them that titrum entrance. You know what I'm saying? So, Onu, unfortunately, you're already on the stage, Onu. So I couldn't give you your I couldn't give it to you, bro. I couldn't give it to you. But I'm still able to give the rest of the team their entrances. So, first and foremost, I call her Titan, secretly I call her Titan, you know what I'm saying? Because when she speaks, it's heavy blood, you understand? It's old school knowledge with a new school flow. I like Layla, man. Layla gives me the good vibes. Whenever she comes, I know she's looking down because she's got the notes that are legendary, bruv. Yeah? When she's looking down, it means she's scaling through all the notes, blood. Yeah? She's not trying to miss a point on her list, bruv. So I want you guys to give Layla a round, I always say this, round of applause like I'm on stage. But you know what, guys? Just comment in the comment section. Okay, just comment in the chat and give her a round of applause. Layla, welcome to the stage once more, baby. Yeah. Say hello to the audience for me, Layla. Just let them know you're here.
Hi, everybody. How's everyone doing? Nice to meet you, Candice. or Candace.
That's all I did. Yes, girl. I appreciate you. We also have 2 more members today. You know what I'm saying? We've got a smaller team today, which means we're gonna get deep today because we've got a smaller team. Gonna go deep. You understand? All right, we're gonna go deep. You know what I'm saying? Do you know who I haven't sent the thing to? I've not sent it to Lola. She's gonna kill me. All right, cool. Anyway, I'll send it to her in a second. So yes, we have 2 more sparring members. You know what? I don't know if you guys ever watch Gladiators. This is how I feel about my team out here. You understand? When they join the panel, but we've got some gladiators in the background. You understand? So we're gonna bring up this particular woman here. If you want to enter the sphere of this particular woman, you need to be a man of courage. Okay, listen, you need to be ready to be up 4 man. Okay, if you're not ready to be up 4 man at one go and let her go scot-free, she doesn't want to know. Okay, she needs a man of courage. Listen, she's a woman of wisdom, a woman of wealth in knowledge as well. I want you guys to give a round of applause and a warm welcome to my big Z girl, my friend, my peoples, my backbone. You know what I'm saying? The person that keeps me in check, Maria. Yeah. How you doing, girl? Lady of courage.
Hey, I had to rock my.
Oh, jeez, baby. Also, do you know what I was about to say? Wait, is that mine?
This is all you, baby.
Oh, come on now.
So all y'all get your merch. Okay, quit playing. Okay, buy your merch. Support the brother. He out here bringing the content. Okay. Connected with the people, so support the brother.
I appreciate you, bro. Honestly, I appreciate you, man. Love for that, man. Love for that. Titan. Like I said, man, make sure you're a man of courage if you enter the sphere. Otherwise, she don't want to know. You understand?
Let them know, Kojo. Let them know.
Gotta let them know. Gotta let them know nice and early. You understand? And then, today, not least at all. This is my Ghanaian sister, first of all. This is, I call her mini smoke because she doesn't like to come too hard sometimes. But when she comes with a smoke, yeah, you might see a little gun, but the firepower that comes, remember Men in Black, that film when he gets a little gun and he's like, what's this little gun? And when he fires it, that's how I feel about Adjoa right now, you understand? Because when she shoots, bruv, it's like, oh, that little gun, what's it gonna do? Then boom! Before you know it, you've got a point on your head. Bronze bird nose. Anyway, listen, welcome to the stage, Adjoa, baby! Toot. Yes, sister. Yes.
So Joy, I had to say.
Yeah. Now what you saying?
Yum. That's what's up. Hi guys. Hi Maria. Hi Layla. Hi Candice. Hi Onu. Hi everyone in the chat. Y'all keep it lit.
Come on now, guys, because we got to go deep tonight, right? We got to go deep tonight because look, there's not as many of us today, so I want us to go deep. All right, I know Chris and Paige are on our hearts, so I want to start strong. Chris and Paige, okay, talk to me. What's you guys' thoughts on Chris and Paige? Like, what's going on there? I know we've been speaking about it for the last few weeks, but I want us to go a little bit deeper again. Let's press in a little bit more. Layla, you put your hand to the screen, so I'm gonna go to you first, sis. Talk to me.
I put my hand to the screen because I just needed a little bit of help. So I put up a hand reaching for help. Okay, so first and foremost, I hurt for Paige. She's trying to somehow organize and event plan her way into a real marriage, and it's not happening. She is effectively an errand that he has to run before he goes home for the night. Like the way he's approaching his interactions with her, it is so disrespectful and dismissive. But is that new for Chris? None of that is new for Chris. Were any of us surprised when she said that he ghosted her after that last sham of a meeting? I mean, honestly, he is only interested in the cameras, girl. Like he doesn't show up unless there's filming involved. He doesn't talk to you unless there's filming involved. He has no interest in even texting you back unless you're talking about when he's going to get in front of the cameras next. So I hurt that she's still trying to try. It actually was sad when she said, God made me to be a supportive wife, as supportive as he'll let me be. I don't even know where to go with that. That just told me that she has decided that she wants to be with Chris more than she wants her own happiness. And so Paige is just on her own journey now. She's off in the woods, and she said this lightly beaten path covered in dead sticks and crunchy leaves is the one I'm taking. So nobody can get her off that path. She's going to have to find her own way out. It's going to get very dark. It's going to get very scary if she continues to go there and just doesn't turn back. But, you know, like I said, that's her journey. I think, you know, I was chatting with Adjoa when the episode was on, and my first thoughts were violence. When Chris came on the television screen and gleefully, he had the grace to even try to hide how happy he was to share this information, but he was so excited. In fact, I honestly think that's the main purpose of him showing up, was to tell her that I bought Mercedes a brand new Benz. Who even talks like that? A brand new Benz. I bought her a brand new, like who asked for those types of details? Nobody asked you what you did for her. And this is how I know Chris is full of absolute caca, because the numbers make no sense. Okay, so 2 years ago, you were homeless for 4 months.
Come on now.
And then you started making a halfway decent check. Mm-hmm. Now you're at the point where you're just throwing money out the window. I don't know any person who was homeless and got it out the mud that's going to say, I'm going to give my 7-week pregnant baby mama a brand new German engineered vehicle, an imported car, when she has not driven for 6 years. The insurance on that is probably more than half his rent. Why would you ever do that? She doesn't need a car yet. First of all, you said you're not going to be together. Why is she getting a brand new car? Why not a Volvo or a Subaru? If you were really worried about her safety, if she's really like, oh, she's not safe in a ride share, it needs to be her own car. A Benz, when she hasn't driven in 6 years, you're lying. You're lying. Adjoa, is the word is capping, right? It is capping. That's
definitely
what the youth say. The young people.
That's what they say.
They use the term to cap, fronting, perpetrating, pretending to live a lifestyle or have certain character traits that you do not actually possess. You are not that guy. And I know that because you showed up looking like you just raided the girls' junior section at Burlington Coat Factory. And I'm getting petty because he's petty. So I don't, the thoughts of violence were so strong because I just was like, for you to, at the expense of this girl's feelings, you wanted to fake stunt on TV so hard that you would just stomp all over this girl's feelings. And yes, she plays a part because she's letting it happen, right? She's giving him the stage. But at the same time, there's blame and then there's blame. And I just really feel like as a human race, I swear to y'all, I honestly cry. I weep for the world, honestly, sometimes, because I just feel like people like Chris, one of the callers earlier had said it, is evil. The desire to dominate a person who is weak where you're strong, that's just evil. That's just straight up evil. And that's what he's giving. He's a lame. Nobody believes you. Nobody thinks that you have it like that, to be getting somebody who claimed to be pregnant, a brand new Benz out of nowhere. And even if he did buy it, I don't even care if he goes on Instagram and shows off the car that he bought. I don't care if he bought a matching little baby G-Wagon for the unborn child. I don't care if he did all of that. It's still capping because you're not that dude. Making if he was making like $500,000, he'd be saying he was a millionaire. That's just the type of dude he is. If it was over $250,000, he'd be saying he's making $500,000 a year. So I know that him saying 6 figures, we're barely scraping in there. And that's not to shade that at all. That's an amazing accomplishment, especially after coming from your family abandoning you. But like, for you to be going these lengths to talk about brand new Mercedes Benzes for people who can't drive in Hollister, that's quarter tank of gas in my new E-Class. That's ain't got no job, but I stay fly. That's Bougetto. That's absolute hood rich. That's absolute nonsense. I don't know where y'all are from, but where I'm from, we have a place called Eastern Motors where your job's your credit and they trap you into terrible loans so that you can flash and not drive around in a hoopty, but you live in a hoopty life. That's Chris all day. And I don't respect it. I'm done. Because the violent thoughts have just, I can't.
Devented. No worries. Thank you later. Aj, and then I go to Maria. Aj,
Lila, come back to us. Lisa,
come back to her.
Lisa, I got you, girl.
She went straight for the
I don't have
clothes.
bail money, so come back to us.
She went straight for his clothes. Aj, talk to us. So obviously, you know, he did drop the whole Mercedes-Benz situation, like, and obviously ladies kind of touched on that a little bit as well. I mean, was that him capping? Was that him trying to? Was that also as well? Is that him trying to destroy Paige? Like, and I don't mince my words. I really mean that. Was that him trying to destroy Paige? Because he's already brought Mercedes into the picture, and then now he's brought a Mercedes-Benz. Like, I don't know.
Paige, not Paige. Chris does not care what he's destroying. Chris is just playing a game. Okay, Chris is playing a game. Chris is trying to. Chris, number one, is there for TV. He's there for his check. And if he can get a fine woman to fine, that's what his initial goal was. If I can get a woman better than Mercedes, then I'm going to stick to it. If I don't, then this is my out. My out is my fiance's pregnant or my ex-fiance's pregnant. And this is the way that this is the way that I get out. And by the way, Mercedes, you can help me out with this lie. And as you help me out, this is what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to buy you a new Mercedes-Benz. That was the contract that they signed. And he was just fulfilling that contract. Okay, thank you for showing up on TV and lying for me and getting me out of this. I'm married to an unattractive woman. Getting me out of this hole, I'm going to get you a Mercedes-Benz. That's really what that was. But the thing about it also is that because Chris is a game player, what he's doing is he's setting Paige up because Paige is a low-hanging fruit. I'm sorry. Paige is a low-hanging fruit. There's not much work that needs to be done to be able to attain it. And he knows this. And so the little work he needs to do to attain it, once he gets it, he sabotages that intimacy that he's built intentionally so that he can still hop. It's like hopscotch. Is that what it's called? Mm-hmm. The little jump rope game. You jump in, you jump out.
Oh,
that's what he's doing.
What's that?
Dutch scotch? I don't know what that. I'm not American. I'm Ghanaian.
Maria, what is it?
Double Dutch.
Oh my days.
Double Dutch.
Dutch.
Thank you. This is the African in me coming out. I don't know what that word is. So yeah, that's what he's doing. So he reels her in, gets her comfortable with the Bible study, gets her comfortable with a reset. This is nonsense. Get her comfortable with the crumbs. And then when she starts getting too comfortable, because he wants to be able to skip back out, he intentionally and maliciously and with a grin sabotages the intimacy every single time. He did it in the beginning with, oh, I have something to tell you. Oh, I can't tell you. And then pulls her in the bathroom so that it seems like it's us against the world. Tells her the story, brings her out. Now they're a team. And then drops the bomb of, oh, I still love my ex. And then pulls her back in by saying, no, but you're still going to be first. And then sabotages her again by, I'm going back to her hometown. And then comes back. Like, it's like this back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. The last thing was, oh, I didn't bring anything new. There's no new information I have for you. But once she got up and left, it came back. Oh, let's reset. Like, this is his dance. Double dutching through the vagina is what Chris is doing. And she is letting it. And she is letting it happen. Close your legs, Paige. Close your legs. Close it. Now, my problem here is that I am past Paige having daddy issues. This is not daddy issues. The level of strength that she gets sometimes to ask questions especially when people are there, does not strike me as someone that is that broken from daddy issues. I think that really it is only toxic spirituality, toxic religion, toxic whatever, toxic church cults. I think that really is what it is. Because she feels that in order for me to be a godly wife, and listen, biblically, it says women submit unto your husband. And yes, in the Bible, it does not reference that your husband has to be the holiest man or your husband has to do everything right. It doesn't give that context that you only submit when your husband is being the best husband. So if you as a woman of God, if you don't know, okay, and this is where it gets tricky, right? So when you're choosing a spouse, you actually deliberately choose a spouse. And because you're deliberately choosing a spouse, you actually use the Bible also as a guide to choose that spouse to which you're going to submit to. But since you're in a position of not choosing the spouse, you don't have the guideline of using the Bible to choose the spouse. So if you're a kind of woman who wants to abide by the word and submit to your husband, you don't go on Married at First Sight. You just don't. Because at this point, somebody else is choosing the man for you. And who's to say that the person choosing is going to choose based on the guidelines of what the Bible says a true husband should be? And that's what Paige has. Paige has had somebody else choose for her, and she still wants to go, like she still wants to use the ruler of a Bible to measure the kind of wife she needs to be. But you can't do that because you didn't even choose the husband based on the ruler of the Bible. How are you going to be a good wife to a man who is not a godly man? The man could not even lead Bible study. You hold hands to say grace? How long have you been with this woman that you just starting to ask her if she holds hands to say grace? All uncomfortable holding hands. Reading the Bible like he's reading, like, I don't know, somebody's obituary. Like, what are you doing? And then you can see the lack of reverence that he has for God by the silly joke that he makes at the end of reading the passage. You're someone who says you are a man of God, and you make a joke. And then when she's writing notes, you say you're writing notes like I'm a professor. Have you ever been to a Bible study? What kind of church did you go to? This is all just a joke for me, okay? This is all just a joke. It is a joke. It is a joke. It is a joke. He is the biggest joke ever in mass history. And I don't know what else to say. But for Paige, I'm going to just have to pray for my sister. I'm just going to have to pray for her because I don't know what else to say. There's nothing else that's going to get Paige out of this other than God coming in and smacking her across the face as she sleeps and says, get the heck out, Paige. That's the only thing that's going to get Paige out. Nothing is going to get her out. Not the counselors, no one is going to get Paige out because at this point, she really thinks it is her duty to be this godly woman to this man. And another thing, I challenge everyone who watches Maths. If Paige and Chris comes on, we're doing a challenge. We're going to try to get our summer bodies. So every time Chris and Paige comes on, you can, get some squats in, jumping jacks, you can do some push-ups, whatever it is, we're getting a summer body. We're getting a summer body, and we are going to use this for our own good. Can the church say amen? Amen. Amen.
Sorry about that. I went away for a sec. My internet was trying to play up. Maria, talk to us. Thank you very much, Adjo. I appreciate that. Maria, talk to us. What's your contribution to the offering here?
I don't even know how I can go after these two heavy hitters. First off, yes, Adjo, I was doing sit-ups. I got abs today because of Chris and Paige. Okay. All right. So Paige. I'll start with Paige. Paige. It is not cool to be a simple woman. Okay? That's not cool. Don't be so simple. He obviously doesn't want a simple woman. Okay? He doesn't want someone that's so easy. He's buying Benzes for his ex. She's high maintenance, apparently, according to him, or whatever. Like, you're wearing "I'm just simple, all I need is a text a day" as like it's like a badge of honor or something you should be like clinging to. No, Paige. No. Put some boundaries in place, baby. Please put some boundaries in place. I need you to set some standards and hold to those standards and make him respect those boundaries, period. Point blank. What I noticed when they were talking to Dr. Viviana was it became all about Chris. And this is where I realized, well, I've been realized this, but it became blatantly obvious. Paige is so selfless, and usually selfless is a positive quality, but too much of anything is not good. She is so selfless that she has no self-worth. It became about what Chris wanted. What does Chris want to do? Okay. What about you, Paige? Have you thought about that? Have you stopped to think about what you need out of this? What you need in order to make this work? Because the way I see it, he ain't doing nothing of what you need. And yet you're still trying to make it work. So riddle me that. I don't get it. When they were sitting down, when she was doing her little content calendar or whatever it was that she was doing, event planning, I think somebody said, it was all about what Chris wanted. He was basically saying, "Oh no, I don't want to do that. Let's have Bible study. Oh, I don't want to do that. Let's do." What about what you want, Paige? Does he care about what you want? Have you told him what you want? I need Paige to realize that, you know, she is worth more than a text a day, a phone call a day. She is worth somebody seeking after her. If there's any woman out there that thinks that it's okay to just be simple and not make a man work for you and, you know, all this stuff, please change your mindset. Make these men work. And if they're not willing to do it, X them out the picture. X them out. Because they're not here for you. They're here for themselves. Chris. He is, I need like a special classification for Chris. I think somebody said it before the super panel came on. She wanted to diagnose him as like worse than a narcissist. I'm with you, sis. He's worse than a narcissist. I think it was you, Candace, right? You said that, right? I don't know what, like when I watch his movements and what he does, it doesn't make any sense. So I don't even know what this is. He's like a narcissist or a psychopath, a sociopath, like a child. I don't know. But how is it that you call a Bible study and you did not come prepared to have a Bible study and you were anti everything else? Like, it was very much so like the dog ate my homework type of an energy. Like, Chris, at this point, you have a pattern of being unprepared for meetings. But I feel like everything that he does, it's all for the cameras. Like, he doesn't care about Paige, because anything like texting or calling, that type of stuff happens off camera. He doesn't want to do that. But he wants to meet in person and do all that because he knows that the cameras will be there. He'll have a chance to show face, have some screen time or whatever. But then when you do that, you play your cards all wrong. Come prepared, baby, because why? What is the purpose? You didn't gain anything. No one wants to do business with you. Nobody wants to give you a sponsorship deal after this. Like, come on. Like, what is your purpose? When he walks in the door, he's so like, bro, like, you know, disposition. Like, he's like giving her a high five, like, hey, what's up? The Chicken Shack. I didn't even know they had Chicken Shack in Atlanta. I'm from Chicago, so I'm like, how did he fly Chicken Shack all the way to Atlanta and it's still hot? But I don't know. Maybe they have a Chicken Shack out there. I didn't know that they did. Or Harold's Chicken. Sorry. But he's a loser, and I don't really have much to say about him. He's just trash. And it's the intentional cruelty for me. Like I keep saying this intentional cruelty. It's really intentional and it's very cruel. Like you see the hurt that you are causing and you are intentionally causing more hurt. You guys had a amicable dinner and you just had to throw in a dig about Mercedes. You couldn't wait to tear her down with that piece of information. And he enjoys it. Because he said it with a little smirk. That smirk made me want to karate chop him in the throat. Like, honestly. Like, he just is so, ugh. Like, I promised myself I'm not going to get riled up today because I feel like last time I was like, ah. So I'm not going to do that. But like, honestly, Chris is trash. We know this. He's using faith against her. When he started quoting 1 Corinthians chapter 13, I was like, even though I love that chapter, I was like, don't do it, Chris. Because now you about to use the whole love is patient, love is kind, love is all this to try and reel her back in and make her think that this is how she needs to be acting towards you. No, Chris. That is not what she needs to be. Ain't no patience with you, babe. Ain't nothing, okay? You don't deserve none of that. There's no love here. But yeah, I was doing a lot of sit-ups, squats, push-ups. You know, I'm trying to get that summer bod because they're just so toxic and I got to get some good out of this situation. But that's all I really wanted to say. I don't want to dwell on them too long. They're so toxic.
Okay. Thank you very much, ladies. I appreciate you as always. Let me ask a question, maybe more to the panel and get quick responses from you guys. So obviously we know obviously that Chris, you know, is using the faith stick to kind of get in. I kind of want to get you guys' perspective in terms of maybe giving us an understanding into the psyche of Paige, because I think Chris is quite easy. I think we know that because the manipulator is looking for the holes in the wall. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for how to get in, you know. But for Paige at this moment now, how is he still managing to manipulate Paige at this point when the evidence seems clear? Like how is it that she's able to not see what we are seeing? What's blocking her from actually seeing what we're seeing at this moment? Because I know we're screaming at the TV screen every week, but what do you think is blocking her? Because she went last week, she got up and then she came back in again and she conceded, and now she's at this moment where they're now having Bible studies, which was interesting. What do we think is stopping her from making that? Okay, I can see it now. What do you think is stopping? If I go Candice and Onu first, and then I'll come down to my panelists. Go for it, Candice.
I honestly feel like she sees it. I feel like she sees it and she's trying to convince herself of something different.
Okay.
Paige has clear glasses. She he's not hiding anything. Like you guys said before, he's not even trying hard. Like the things that he does to show her that he does not want to be in the marriage with her, it's like they say, Stevie Wonder could see it. Like a kid could see it. My little niece, who is 9 years old, would be like, Paige, get out of that. Paige is trying to convince herself. And I feel like she also uses the Bible to try to kind of throw it at Chris a little bit to maybe convict him to remember, hey, we did this before God. Like, you want to stay. Like, don't mess up in front of God. And Chris could care less. I don't think Chris has read a Bible in years. Like, I think he was a preacher at some point, they say. He probably read the Bible enough to get up in front of that crowd. And after that, he closed that Bible and didn't open it again. Yeah, Paige sees it. And I think that hopefully after this season is over, she takes the time to go talk to a therapist and that they ask her the hard questions, which are, why did you stay? What was it? And don't use God. God cannot be part of your excuse. I need you to really tell me what it was that made you stay. And I need her to be honest and say, you know what? I just wanted a husband. And I was willing to do whatever it took to keep him there, no matter what I looked like. Because I feel for her because I think about how's she going to go back into her job and show her face after all this. I would be so embarrassed. I mean, if I was, like I said, I'm a therapist. I feel like my clients would leave, all of them would leave. And I almost would tell them to. Like, I need to go to therapy for a little bit. Let me handle myself. And then possibly y'all come back to me. But I feel embarrassed for her. So I think Paige knows. She's very smart.
Thank you, Candice. Appreciate it. Talk to us, Onu. Oh, sorry. I muted you. My bad. I'll keep doing that. Go for it.
I just think Paige suffers some low self-esteem. I don't know. And honestly, I just think she just wants to be married and that's it. It doesn't matter the quality or the type of person he's married to. As long as some guy out there claims me as my wife, I'm happy and that's enough. And to me, it's just like, I don't know how we can help her. Like, this is like a lost cause almost. And it's just like, it's one thing if if Chris is making bad decisions versus just being like a horrible or bad person. It's just like, how many chances do you need to take in order to figure someone can't become better? Because it's just like week in, week out, it's just like more trauma, more blows to the head. Like, he just continues to, whatever the bar is just like, it's just lower and lower. It's like the pole is just rolling on the ground at this point. It's just like, we like using religion, we like using the Bible, Christianity. Again, to me, and again, it's important. The character of the men in the Bible, or the men that we want to be with, or who you want to be, you don't see none of those characteristics in Chris. And she's constantly looking and using that as her guidebook, as her compass. And like, if that's the case, she should be able to identify and pick those things out. Why is it taking this long? Like, who's there to help her figure these things out? And it's like, I feel like she's on an island or she's somewhere by herself who's her counsel, who's supposed to help, who helps her out when times get tough. If she has a question to ask to, she's going to Chris's pastor or former pastor to get Christian advice. This isn't like, where's your pastor? Where are the people you trust? Like, it's been a month now. Like, what's going on? And it's like, trying to make sense of it. It's just like, it's tough. But I think it's Paige's self-esteem. Like, if she has self-esteem, maybe she would have been like, you know what, enough's enough, let me walk away. But she's constantly coming back for more. I don't know what we do. I don't know what I do.
Appreciate it, Onu. Appreciate it. How Maria, you open your mic. You want to go?
Yeah, I just want to say, like, I agree with Candace, she knows, but she thinks that she can change him. And that is a issue that a lot of women think, and it's a mistake. Like, you cannot change nobody. Chris is trash, and right now he's in predatory mode. Okay? He's a vicious creature. You cannot change him. All he's going to do is smell blood in the water and devour. He is going to take advantage every which way he can. It doesn't matter how nice you are to him, how sweet you are to him, how easy you are to deal with, how understanding you are, he will take full advantage of that and destroy you wholeheartedly with a smile on his face. And he's going to love every minute of it. You can't change him. This is who he is. And the sad part is that, you know, Chris is going to do this to every woman he comes in contact with. He's doing it to Mercedes. He's destroying her too. Just like he's destroying you, Paige. I don't care if he bought her a Benz or whatever. You don't think she's hurt by the fact that he's on Married at First Sight, trying to play double dutch in the Pooh Nanny? I mean, like, that's all I had to say.
Okay, so let's talk about that. That's a good question you asked. I'll let you go, Andrew, and if you can answer the question. Why is it that women do look to change men? Because this is so interesting that you mentioned this point, right? Because on the other side, Dr. Viviana gave brownie points, so did Dr. Carl give brownie points to Hayley for trying to change Jacob's sense of dressing, right? And so why is it that why is it that women seem to, and I'm not trying to, I want to have a discussion. So why does it seems to be that women do try to change men? What is in the water that the women are drinking that is trying to get them to change men? Go on, Najwa.
Okay, so I'm going to answer the first question, and then I'll try to touch on the one you just asked. So the reason why I feel like Paige, so with Paige is a bunch of different things. I do think that there is an element of low self-esteem, and I do also believe that she sees it, but because there is an element of low self-esteem, there's a difference between seeing something, understanding it, and then having that muscle to be able to exercise what you've seen and you understand is happening. I think she sees it and she partially catches it. Another thing also that I want to point out is that it is 20 something days, right? So when you're in an actual relationship, there's a bit more time for you to kind of process things and figure out what's going on. But because in her case, she has low self-esteem and all these other negatives on her side already, it's hard for her to really process and then make a move, because as she's processing it and trying to make a move, Chris is coming there. The producers are coming, and like things are still happening in the realm of like her distraction that she's not able to fully process, or even if she was to process, have the muscle to exercise what it is that she's realizing is going on. But there's so much going on with her. I feel like it's like the perfect storm in her head, because she really does have low self-esteem. She has these Christian beliefs that are like almost like idoling. No, that's not the word. just putting on a pedestal these like miseducation of like what a virtuous woman should be, right? A virtuous woman should not be someone who sits there and has a man just using her and beating on her and doing all these things. But some of the women in the church think that's being virtuous. If I'm sitting by my husband and I'm committed, that's being virtuous. So she has this misunderstanding of what the word a virtuous woman is. Couple that with the fact that she has no counsel, she has no community. Like it's literally a perfect storm. And that's what's causing her to really not be able to process it. So yes, she sees it, but to understand what you're seeing and to have that muscle to be able to react to what you're seeing is totally different. And that I don't think she has. She does not have that in her. To answer the question of why women try to change men, it's because of just that's what our society has taught us. Our society teaches us that we should be nurturers. A good woman brings something to a man, and only one woman is going to be that one woman that changes that man. Like you hear it all the time. And so we want to be that special woman that just comes and just changes you, taps the potential out of you. We want to be, especially for Black women, we have been taught to just be this nurturer of our Black men. We're supposed to just hold you guys up. We're supposed to make sure we support you. Who's supporting us while we support you? Who? But we're supposed to be supportive of you guys, and we're supposed to be all these things. And I'm not saying that as a woman you shouldn't be, but the message is so, it's literally on a billboard what a good Black woman should do. And it's not on a billboard what a good Black man should do other than come in with penis swinging. Like, what else? And maybe a paycheck. So I think that we need to try to address how society has burdened women with some of these responsibilities that we have internalized. And so when we come and we meet a man, we want to be that special woman that changes him from a player and makes him a wholesome husband, because then of course you're validated. You got to be a bad woman to change that man from a player. So we want to be validated. We want our value to be seen as that woman who did that. And that's why we chase after trying to change men and trying to, bring out the potential in them, I guess. Yeah.
So,
Yep.
Yeah, just to expand on a little bit on what Audra was saying first, this is a patriarchal society, and the patriarchy sells women from a young age a dream of like this perfect love, this perfect marriage, this perfect relationship. And all you have to do is find a man to sort of fit in there. You know what I mean? And if he's not exactly the right puzzle piece, you can just kind of shove him in there and make it fit. Like you can snip off a little bit of corner here. You can add some little bit here just to make him fit into your perfect vision of whatever it is that you think marriage and love is, right? So you end up trying to make whatever tools you're given in the moment that you feel tired of waiting. You feel tired of holding up your life, waiting for this so-called Prince Charming, or maybe you just don't believe that Prince Charming, so to speak, is coming. So you say, all right, well, Tyrone's here. And we can just make this work. You know what I mean? I can just make him what I want him to be. I can dress him up. I can teach him how to say this right. I can teach him how to do this right. That's what Hayley was trying to do with Jacob. And people did think it was cute. Oh, she's trying. It's very early for that to be cute. At the stage that she was doing it, it was actually not cute at all. And Paige, she sees it, just like Candace said, she sees that this man is not the spiritual leader that I thought he was when we first got married. He's not the one I asked for. And she sees that, I wanted somebody who wants kids right away, but I didn't want somebody who already had a kid on the way with somebody else. She sees all these ways that her dream is shattering and turning out to not be real, but she's still trying to work with it. And so we can't ever really discount like the adeptness of a misogynist abuser, which is what Chris is. We can't ever discount like what it takes to have that ability to manipulate and to control, and the slight glee that he gets from the chaos and seeing her emotions, do backflips and tumbles and things like that. He's not good at it, obviously, but her level of desperation doesn't require him to be good at it. He just has to be his level of mediocre minus, because she is that desperate. We've heard her talk about her past relationships, and the standards that she had were already so low. So this is in a lot of ways not new. You know what I mean? Like she mentioned how a past boyfriend had a kid that she was taking care of, and then she ended up basically becoming the live-in babysitter that he was having sex with. And she's talking about how she just needs him to, be saved and want to have kids right away. I can't even imagine articulating that to my family. I can't even imagine like not being embarrassed to say that on TV. So she's at a point mentally where the self-awareness isn't there at her own desperation. And many of us are there. Luckily, she won't be able to escape this. Like I said, I hate it had to be her, but a lot of productive conversations are being had because she is our case study of, a tragic victim of the patriarchy, toxic faith, and generational traumas in the Black community. She is the poster child for a lot of these. She is the culmination of a lot of, like, Paige is what we all birthed. You know what I mean? So it's good that that's happening. It's just, I hope that she does do the hard work and just understands, like, yes, I was in a rush, but it's actually going to take me much longer than I thought before to get where I wanted to be in a relationship, because I have to do so much untangling of messages that I've internalized, and it's gonna take a long time.
Let me ask a question to you guys. I want to just a minute response, and we're going to shift it to another couple, because I can hear obviously all of us are kind of affected by watching this. Some of us angry, some of us annoyed. There's some emotional response from watching Paige and Chris on the screen. So I just want a minute response from each individual person. Why are you feeling a certain emotion when you watch them on the screen? I want to know why you are reacting the way you're reacting, because then I think that can also be a very productive conversation, because sometimes we are reacting in a certain way to watching something because maybe we've been through it or maybe we've seen a friend in it, and that can actually also help as well other people who are watching this show kind of see that, listen, they're not alone. We see it, we want her to get out of it, but sometimes just you have to let people be as they be, do you know what I'm saying, and let them learn the lesson. But if I can get a minute response from each individual person, I'll go from Layla first and then go back round. Layla, just a minute response. Why do you feel a certain emotional? Why do you have to even turn off your emotions when you're watching Chris and Paige? Just a minute response. What would you say to that?
I think any woman who is honest with themselves has had at least a moment of being a Paige. I've had many moments strung together over a long period of time. So I've been Paige. I understand. And my situation was not as acute as hers, but I see that there's a lot of pride there. There's a lot of, she jumped out the window doing something crazy, like going on TV to find a husband and a stranger, and she doesn't want to let go. I understand that stubbornness. I understand that pride. I understand that low self-esteem that you've masked with material accomplishments that actually really won't save you. So, I think we all see a glimpse or a reflection of either our past selves or another person we've loved, and we want to save her. And we also see in Chris a person who's done us or a loved one extremely dirty with no remorse, and we want to hurt him. So,
She ended it like that. I love that. Maria, what is your what? Why do you feel emotions when you watch this show? Why do you have to turn off your emotions when you watch this show?
Because similar to what Layla said, like there's extreme pain that I associate with what Paige is going through. And I learned that earlier on in life. Like, thank God that it was, not as crazy as what Paige went through, but I feel so sorry for Paige because I feel like, to be this age and still kind of like being kind of like dumb in your thinking of like thinking that this is the way to go. I'm like, girl, you have a long way to go of growth that needs to take place. And I don't know her family dynamics and all of that, but I just really want to understand what relationship she had with her father. Because one thing I'll say about my father is he did a really good job at instilling self-worth into me. My dad used to take me on dates when I was a little girl.
I see why you want 4 men now. I understand.
You see what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Like my dad literally intentionally set the bar really high so that when I am now entering in the dating world, I'm looking for where's the chivalry? Like, where's your leadership, the manliness, all that, and if she never experienced that, it's a sad thing. I feel really bad for her and my heart goes out to her. Like, it's very easy to look at her and judge her, but it's like, it's really sad. And I really hope that she can experience true love one day. And not just from a romantic situation, because I think she needs to feel like unconditional platonic love first. Like, a father's love or a brother's love, or, you know, something like that, where it's really nurturing and really uplifting and edifying. And then she can go into the dating world with a sense of, I deserve the best. I deserve to be protected. I deserve someone to care about my feelings. You know, I deserve someone to want to be in my presence. Yeah. I come from a place of like extreme sorrow. I'm an empath. That stems from like my sensitivity from a young age. Like, I feel what she's feeling, even though I'm not feeling it. It's like my heart is broken for her. So I know that when she finally wakes up and realizes like what's going on, she's gonna cry so hard. I'm sure she's been crying throughout this whole process, but it's all gonna
different cry.
Yeah, it's gonna come out of her pores. Like, she's gonna need some time. Like, going back to work thing, girl, take that medical leave. Like, you need a good month or two. Like, decompress, girl, because that ain't
medical leave.
Yeah. So that's.
I appreciate it. Aj, give us your minute answer. What's your? Why do you have to turn off your feelings, or why do you have to turn them off? What do you feel?
So it's three-part, and it is going to be quick. First is because they're Black. Let's be honest, okay? Because they are Black. They are my people, and I want my people to win. And when I see it, it breaks my heart. But just in that same thread, because they are Black, as a Black community, we struggle from daddylessness. And this is what happens when you have a daddyless daughter and a daddyless son. And your father can still be there and not be there. And so this creates toxic femininity and toxic masculinity. And those two are clashing. And because it is such a convoluted just mess, each one of us sees a little part of ourselves in them. They are poster children for just the mess that our community has created. And that's the reason why, even if it's not one sector of it, you see something that is toxic about these people that resonates with you. But it's because they're Black, and it's because we struggle with daddylessness. So.
Wow. Bars. I'll come to you in the end, Dave. Anu, why do you have to turn on or turn off your emotions when you're watching, particularly this part with Chris and Paige?
I mean, to build off the other speakers, I think it's like the relationship immaturity of them. It's like you want, I mean, as a Black community, you want what's best for us. And it's just like this being shown on TV, like Angela says, it's just like, it's not a good representation of Black men out there. There are guys who aren't like Chris, who actually have good intentions and want to be there, and they're not being chosen, or they're being looked over. And I kind of feel like that's the thing, is how easy it is for us just to see how Chris just doesn't meet the standards of what we would idealize what a good husband or a Black husband should be. He's just he's immature, he's acting very childish, he's worried about himself, he's not putting someone else's first. And it's just like, at some point, it's just like, for guys who aren't like Chris, we're making it harder for them to actually be themselves when they see that being themselves doesn't work and being like Chris does.
Appreciate Anu. Candice.
I agree with everybody that's spoken. Those are my main reasons for shutting off my emotions. But then there's also the other piece of me being a Christian. And I am so disappointed that Paige keeps throwing God out there as if God is just agreeing to all the craziness that's going on. I just feel like that's giving such a horrible view of what God's love truly is. Because God loves us enough to not want us to go through a lot of pain that we put on ourselves. Like, God wants to snatch us out, but Paige is hanging on to Chris as tight as she can. And I feel like people that are not Christians are just being like, yep, that's what I thought they were like. Those crazy God people, and it's just, I'm just embarrassed. That's why I have to cut off my emotions sometimes, because I get so embarrassed of how she keeps throwing God's name out there in this craziness.
Appreciate Candice. I'll say a little piece and then I'll give it to David to also give us a little piece as well. I think watching Paige and Chris kind of takes me back to being younger, because I think when you're younger as a male, I don't think you're appreciative of how toxic the behavior is from someone like Chris. I think for a lot of us men, we look at it as he's just game playing. He's out here just doing his thing. He's slinging his, his thing around, bruh. Like, you may not always agree with what your boy is doing, but it's like, oh, he's just playing girls. It's up to them if they want to be with him. Do you know what I mean? But when you get older, I think watching Chris and Paige, I think you get a deeper revelation and understanding of how damaging this behavior is, right? Because I remember situations when we were younger and I'll see some guys and I'll be like, I'll know the girl and I'll be like, that girl's a really good girl, like, and I'll be like, but why are you still in this situation? You can see that my man's cheating on you 3-4 times, bro. He's now on his fifth strike. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we here, darling? But you don't appreciate how much damage that actions that the guy is doing, how much damage it does to the woman when she's now growing. And I think watching Chris and Paige, I think it's disheartening to see someone who's grown, not even in their teens, but now grown and is going through this situation and also can't see better for themselves. It's almost like you're banging on the screen to say, can't you see what I'm seeing, like, sis? You know what I mean? So I think for me, it's a bit disheartening in the sense of you never want someone to go through that because the scars are about to be mad. After this, like you guys have said, she's going to cry because you've not only been dashed off by a man, but you've been dashed off in marriage and you've been dashed off on TV. So now all of us have seen it. Now you don't even know if we're pitying you or we genuinely we actually sad for you. I don't know how that must feel like going, like you guys talked about work. I'm talking about you going down the street. And not only that, other men, predators now, are seeing the fact that another predator did that to you. You actually invite more predators because they see that, okay, if one guy can do it to you, we can all do it to you. Do you see? So it's even more scary for her. I just need her to be insulated and safe, man. So, it's kind of triggering in that respect. David, the question we're asking is right now, why do you have to, why do you have feelings watching? Why does it elicit feelings watching Chris and Paige on the screen? Or why do you have to turn off your feelings watching Chris and Paige? Your sentiments. Good to see you on the show as well, always, David.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're good, man.
I think for me personally, in order to be able to empathize with someone else, I have to understand. Like, I have to be able to wrap my head around their perspective and the way they see the world, right? And from what I understand, Paige has very strong convictions. However, she's also very smart. At no point of this, I believe, has she seen anything that that she hasn't been able to recognize, and she understands, okay, like she knows what's going on, but she's allowed herself to have so much patience that she's allowed him to play in her face, right? So we see what's going on, she sees what's going on, and she's allowed it to go this far. And if it weren't on TV, it would even go further, right? So I think that was the most frustrating part for myself, being able to see someone who is cognizant of all the workings and the things that are going on behind the scenes and what he's trying to do and how he's trying to play her, and yet she's still playing along, right? For me, at first it was frustration, but at a certain point, I can't be frustrated anymore because it's different if you don't know, right? Because then I can try to have more patience. Somebody can teach you. Somebody can be able to extend some type of grace. But if you understand what's going on and you're still playing along, my frustration then turns into indifference because now it's like, okay, there's nothing new that anyone can add here. It's not like anybody's going to be telling you something that you don't already know. So for me, that's when, like, by the second episode, it turned into indifference because I could not actually invest anymore when I see that someone actually has the knowledge and the wisdom to exit, right? And they choose not to for one reason or another, whether it be desperation or conviction, whatever it is, if you are choosing to engage, then that's up to you. You're a grown person, right? And I don't think I've said anything like that's brand new. Like, I'm basically repeating what, in some ways, what everyone else has already said. Like, we resonate with each of these people in some type of way. Like, we recognize them in people in our own lives. So when we see it happening again on the big screen, it's just like, okay, this is a terrible representation. Even though some parts of it is true, we just don't want to have to see that because we don't want to associate with those people usually in our own lives. But now it's being magnified on screen, and that's just like frustrating on its own. But then also heartbreaking, because it's like, we don't want this to happen. Yet, if people will choose to engage, you can't force anybody to not engage. I don't know, man.
I appreciate it, David. I appreciate it. All right, let's move on. Cool. So let's move on. We've done them justice. Let's brighten up the mood a little bit, okay? So we had a good time with Bree and Vincent. We got to have an actually good conversation. We saw Vincent apologize. We saw Vincent make us aware that he knew his shirt was too tight. He knew that he was sweating because the shirt was so tight as well. Like, you know what, there was just good vibes all around. And also as well, we got to see them on their little date as well at the end. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is when I knew that I'm still a bit triggered, yeah. And it wasn't Bree, it was actually him. She when he was blindfolded, she was going to rub his head, and I was shook that he's going to cuss. I was shook that he's going to say, "You're patronizing me." So I was like kind of waiting. You know when you watch a film and you know something's coming? I felt a little bit like that. I was on edge. I was like, "Oh, is he going to say something because she rubbing his head and he's going to feel some way?" But he didn't. So we thank God. But that's when I realized that's when I said, "Oh, if I'm thinking like that, I don't know what she's thinking." At any moment, this boy can explode. Like, do you know what I mean? And that's, I don't know. That was my thoughts. Anyway, what do you guys think? Vincent and Bree, your thoughts. David, you were the last one to speak, so I'll let you go first. Go for it.
I'm actually really proud of Vincent this episode. And I think there's something to be learned in the fact that as soon as he took accountability, the relationship dynamic shifted, right? As soon as he was able to finally be like, okay, yeah, I was wrong. And that what I did was unacceptable, right? I think that's when she was able to breathe a little bit, at least from my perspective. Obviously, not everything is going to change immediately, but I do think that the perspective moving forward is going to change because he's able to recognize his faults. If he were not able to do that, he would have a lot of issues. But I do think that it seems a lot brighter simply because he was able to take accountability and be responsible for his own actions. And now moving forward, they can go back to being lovey-dovey and all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, love that point, David. I'll go talk to Candice, talk to me.
I am hopeful for Bree and Vincent after last night. I'm hopeful. I'm not convinced, but I am hopeful. Just because I feel like now that they had that conversation. Did you say
you're not convinced? Oh, sorry. That was cheap joke. No. Sorry, apologies. It's cheesy. Convinced. You didn't get it. It's gone over your heads. All right, cool. Go for it, Candice.
Yeah, not convinced, but I get it. But yeah, I feel like he is realizing that he's been extra sensitive this whole time they've been together, and I hope he's going to be more cognizant not to take everything she says as a shot at him, and realize that she is trying to like play a little joke sometimes. And I also hope that Bree checks her passive aggressiveness, because I do think there have been times that she has thrown her little shots under the guise of I'm being funny. So I think if they both are just aware of how they Bree, how she comes across, and Vince, how he can just calm down. Everything's not about you. Just we're having fun here. I think they can actually, hopefully, fingers crossed, do well moving forward. I don't think they're going to break up or anything. But they're kind of boring to me too. So that's all I got.
I just a bit boring. Anu, what are you saying? Vince and Convince and Bree. What are you talking about? Talk to me. That's his new nickname now, Convince. Oh wait, I need to unmute you. After this, mute yourself so that you can unmute yourself whenever I need to talk to you. Right. I feel bad every time.
We had problems. Okay. I was really happy with it. I mean, I was really happy with Vincent, and I think, like David said, it's the accountability. I think a good trait of any man is the ability to apologize and accept, like, what, especially when you hurt somebody, that you did something wrong, identify it, and try to make ways to do it better. And it's like, I rewatched the whole scene like twice. So it's like, you know what? You can see a growth. That's like a good characteristic to see a growth of the man, especially in the marriage. Because again, it's like, he understands. It's not just him being careful with his words, but understanding, hey, I might do something that's going to affect you in a negative way. I'm able to identify that and be able to speak in a reasonable way for us to actually grow. I think it takes time for men, because again, like, this is not something I was good at apologizing, know exactly what I'm apologizing for. And I think that, I mean, I don't want to feel like we need to give him a pat on his back, but it's just like, I just want to congratulate him for doing something or seeing something that's very tough, something that I know I struggle with. And for him to go from being triggered to identifying how that made him feel, to actually put into words and express that in a coherent and in an environment where both people can grow and learn from it. I think that's very positive. And I think these are the type of examples that I wish the show would highlight more, in my opinion, but I'm not the producer.
Appreciate that. Layla, talk to us, man. Vincent and Bree, are you convinced?
I mean, honestly, I am, because I was proud of Vincent for his self-awareness, for his accountability, for his ability to apologize and recognize that he didn't want his wife to need to walk on eggshells around him. And he took ownership of the fact that, like, he was seeing her do that. And he's like, I don't want that from her. I think that he has a very romantic side. He's very thoughtful and sweet. So I think that she has not had that before. Like she said, it was sad. She was like, I've never dated a kind man before. I was like, girl. So I think that she appreciates, enough of his good qualities to overlook something that at least he can articulate now he's working on. So I was proud of them. I was happy for them. I thought it was very cute. What he did for her. Again, he keeps coming with a little surprise every day, and hopefully he can maintain that after the cameras stop rolling. But yeah, I'm relatively convinced. I thought their only problem was his attitude and his emotional immaturity. So if he's working on that, then I think they're good.
Appreciate that. Maria?
I'm convinced.
Convinced, yeah?
That's it. I feel like they have a good foundation of attraction to each other, which is very important. So that allows them to be able to get through tough times, I feel like. But what convinces me really is, I feel like they had a moment of, like, seeing each other, like she saw him in that moment and he saw her. And I feel like that was just so beautiful and, like, so cute. Like, with him just being open and honest, like, yo, I was being insecure about my shirt being tight. I'm out of shape, all this stuff. And she's like, yeah. And I really love what Bree said to Vincent. She said, I like your quirks, I like you don't have to be perfect, which is a far cry from the messaging that we've been getting from her, like in previous episodes, where she's like, I always pick out faults and I'm bossy and, like, all this stuff. I'm like, yes, Bree, tell him that it's okay for him not to be perfect, because that's going to solve a lot of these problems right here. And so I was really proud of Bree for that. I feel like that was a moment of growth for her. And I appreciate Vincent for just being open and honest with her and being like, yo, like, I'm self-conscious about this, And honestly, they're cute. Like, the whole bedroom scene with the fruit and the cookies or whatever they were eating, like, it was just, I don't know. I'm glad that we have a picture of love on the screen for this season, because these other couples struggling. So yeah, that's really all I have to say. I'm happy for both of them. I think that they can make it as long as they keep up that open communication and maintain, like, that drive to really understand each other. I think that they can make it.
Love that. Adjoa, talk to us. Convinced or not convinced? To be
Not
to be.
convinced.
Ooh, to be not convinced. Yay. Okay.
I'm not convinced.
Okay.
I am hopeful though. I am hopeful, but I am definitely not convinced. I'm not so impressed by the apology. I think it was very, a little bit more mature of him to apologize. But for me, okay, what I'm impressed by, what I was impressed by was the fact that he actually had the introspection to realize I don't want her walking on eggshells. I don't want that. And I think that's gonna that's gonna be the fuel that pushes him in the right direction in trying to figure out what's going on with him and what's making him act out in the way that he is acting out. Now, pushing him in the right direction does not mean he's going to continue on that direction or actually go and seek some help. The reason I'm saying this is because the space between him being happy and him going to nothing's wrong is just so quick that if he does not get help, he will keep apologizing, and then the apology is going to mean nothing. And another thing that I'm also seeing is that although Bree is like, oh yeah, this and that, like she is dampening. Like she's not as vivacious as she was in the beginning. And I think it's also because she doesn't fully truly believe that he's in a good place to keep her safe emotionally. Right. So unless he really does the work, then I'll be convinced. He's really a walking contradiction, right? Because he wants to be this man that he's not yet. And there's nothing wrong with that because we're all works in progress, right? We're all works in progress. So there's nothing wrong with that. The thing that catches him off guard is that he's so worried about what it looks like not being that man yet, that it almost becomes a stumbling block in front of him to get to that man that he wants to be. So hopefully he can really get some counseling, not these 2x4 counseling that Dr. Viviana, or Dr. Pepper, or whoever that lady is that came over there did. No, that's not it. Like, go to counseling with someone on your own, not even with Bree. Go by yourself. And I really think he's in a good place to kind of bite the bullet with that, to say, I want to go to counseling by myself and figure out what's going on. Because what's going on with him is very deep-seated. And again, just like Paige, seeing something does not mean you're going to understand it and you're going to actually take action effectively on what it is that you're seeing. So I'm not convinced, but for Bree's sake, I do pray that, he tries to get counseling, because other than that, Kojo, you will not be the only one sitting there like, oh, what is he about to do? Bree will be bracing every single time she opens her eyes, like, oh Lord, what is today gonna be? Like, it's gonna be madness, because he's so sweet, and because he's so sweet, it's gonna pull her in that much more. And so when that crazy guy pops up, it's gonna be so devastating to her, and it's just gonna be this roller coaster that she's gonna be run over. So for her sake, I hope he does find counseling.
I hear that. Let me ask the men questions real quick. How important is it to hear that your woman, cares for all of you? Not just cares for what you can do or you can bring in the bank. You know what I'm saying? How important is it to have a woman and know that your woman cares for all of you? Because that was one of the things that she said. She cares for Vincent, and she likes him just the way he is. How important is that validation, to know that or to hear that from your woman? Let me go to David first, because David looking at me like I'm crazy.
Nah. I'm just thinking. I think it does wonders for the confidence. It's like an ego boost. It's nice to hear, honestly. Like, I think it's almost like a domino effect, because once you understand that she accepts you for you and you don't have to try and impress like Vince was trying to do, I think that gives you a self-assurance that you don't have to try and prove yourself to her. And if she's the number one person in your life, it's going to create a level of confidence in every area of your life, right? Just because that, like, no matter if the world rejects me, I still have someone who still accepts me for all of me. And I think at this particular point, her saying that is crucial because she's seen the ugliness of things, and it's not necessary. It hasn't made her reject him per se, even though it's an issue. I think hearing that from her after she's seen glimpses of his ugliness, I think is also reassuring, right? So I think it's great. It's contextual as well, but I think hearing that someone who's close to you, someone that you want to be close with, someone that you want to be intimate with, is saying, "Hey, you don't have to do anything, just be yourself." I think is, if above anything else, it provides assurance and can give a boost in confidence and ego as well.
Have you ever felt like you had to perform in a relationship?
Absolutely. In my last relationship, I felt like I had to perform. But I mean, at the same time, I think some of that is self-imposed, right? Like nobody's telling you to do all these things and to do all these acrobatics. You feel because of societal demands or what people have told you, or Twitter is telling you that you have to do, that you have to then go and do leaps and bounds and do all this other stuff, and nobody asked you to actually perform. So it's also you trying to show yourself that, hey, I am worthy. And if you get this acceptance from that other person, that's confirmation bias. Like, oh yeah, what I was doing is correct and I am worthy now because someone sees the efforts that I was doing, and now that validates me instead of me actually just being who I am, right? And it creates this cycle of where you feel like you have to do more and be more and put on this facade as if you're Superman, and that's just never gonna work.
Final question. And what caused you to perform in those moments? What caused you to want to perform rather than just being authentically you?
Feelings of inadequacy. Like I just felt like I had to be more because she had great exes. To be honest, like they were great in different areas, and obviously it didn't work for various reasons. But I felt like I had to be the best that she had ever been with. Right? Like I felt like I had to be the man. I felt like I had to outdo everyone, and I had to make sure that she was so impressed that even if she left me, she would never find someone else who was like me. Right? It's really about the ego. It's not really about the other person. It's about you proving to yourself, like, yeah, I'm that guy. Like it's more about me and what I can do, proving it to myself. Right? And I think that's where the work needs to be done, because it's more about that self-acceptance. Can you accept yourself? But then you're trying to prove it to yourself with actions. What happens when those actions are fruitless, or those actions don't produce anything and they're not effective? Are you then not worthy of love and acceptance and appreciation if you are not what you produce? And I think those are the questions that I had to ask myself in order to actually get some real breakthrough.
Appreciate it, Dave. Onu, let me ask the same questions to you. Let me ask it slightly differently in a sense. Sorry, Onu, let me unmute you. Yes. How important is it that how important is it to know that your partner supports you 100%? How important is it to know that your partner, sees all of you and appreciates all of you, not just some of you?
To agree with David, I think it's extremely important. Like, you want that validation that, that you're a good person, or that you're a good enough. Like, we all can't be perfect. Everyone has flaws, everyone has quirks, but you just want to know that, hey, at least someone out there likes me for just who I am, just for all my imperfections or everything I'm not good at. Even though if I'm a good person, I might do bad things or things that might not be as adequate. At least there's someone that's, wants me for me. And to me, I think that's a key thing that I search for in a relationships or in a partner that I want to be with. I want to make sure that, hey, no matter what happens, the highs or the lows, that, hey, we're in this together, versus we're just in this for the good moments I can provide.
Love that. Have you ever had to perform?
Yes. I feel like you always have to perform. It's just like, it's an accountability. It's like an accountability or expectation or responsibility you take upon. And it's when you're in a situation where you feel like that person has your back, you kind of want to show it to them. Hey, I know you believe in me. Let me show you why and give you that value. Let me put that belief or that energy into actually something visibly you can see, visibly can see. I think that's like part of manhood, or you could say.
Okay, so you took it from a different angle. Okay, cool, I like that. And obviously for you, I mean, what? Actually, you've already kind of answered what the factors were in terms of why you're performing. But I mean, if you could give another, I guess, factor, why do you feel like at times you've had to perform?
Ooh, I'm honest. It's well, I mean, it's it's to make sure that whatever, I mean, boost the ego, I think this boost the ego, but just make sure that, hey, that even though that someone says that I'm this great person, I actually can put that into words and actually make those dreams happen. Making sure that, hey, it's not just false, it's not like a false idealization, or just make belief that, hey, you're actually that good person. You're actually someone that's kind, that's able to do good things to make someone else happy or makes other people their lives better. And I kind of, hopefully I'm explaining this right, but it's just
flow, bro.
Wanting to show it's like showing love. How do you show love? How I want to show love to my partner. Like, if you can make me feel good by your words and your intentions, if I can manifest that to something that we can actually see together and see that grow. I mean, to me, it's how I like to define a relationship.
Okay. Appreciate that. All right, cool. Thanks, Oni. So obviously, I think we done that with Vinny and Bree Bree. I hope they make it together, guys. I'm rooting for them, and hopefully Vinny has learned his lesson, but he needs therapy. I'm gonna be honest with you, because there's no way he not gonna do this again. Erica, Virginia. I think that Erica Virginia is a very interesting one. The conversation there with Dr. Viviana was tasty, because the way Homeboy was coming at girl. Listen, normally I'm on Virginia's neck, okay, with the drinking. We didn't see one drink. Did she drink this episode? One drink? No drink, did she? See? No drink this time. Look how she was making sense this time. Look, she was making coherent sense today. You understand? The brain was there. Yeah, because there was no drinking involved. So what was you guys' thoughts on Virginia and Erik, especially within the context of Dr. Viviana's conversation there? We can talk about the ex situation after if you want. Should you like the ex's picture or whatever? We can talk about it after. Let me go Adjoa first. Go on for Adj.
Thank you. Okay. So last week I honestly started seeing a mellowing of Virginia, and I mentioned it. And that's because, and Kojo, I saw you calling me out in the chat, talking about I made up a fifth attachment style. Coach, no, I did not. This organized attachment style is the fourth attachment style, okay? That is anxious avoidance. That is that combination of like a push and pull. Yeah, Coach. I went after the live and I watched everything.
I didn't know you saw that part.
Coach coming for me?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the chat's fault. They get you in gas and you get a little bit lost.
They get you gassed and lit. I love it. So no. So disorganized attachment style is the fourth attachment style. That is the anxious, avoidant attachment style, where you are, and in Virginia's case, she wants love because she didn't get it from her dad, but then she's so scared because the level of anxiety that wanting love provokes just makes her erratic and just makes her like very just all over the place. And because of that, she drinks so that she drinks to minimize that need to be loved so that the anxiety doesn't come up, because it's like a cycle that goes on with her in her head. So when she met Erik, her need to be married and be loved, but being scared of trying to chase that love and then being left, her solution was to go on Married at First Sight, because then you choose him for me, then I know he's ready for love. So then I know he's not going to ever leave me because he wants the same thing I want. Now, she had to train herself to try to calm down a little bit. And that was also aided by Erik being a little bit more, I would say Erik love bombed. So Erik love bombing her, made it a little bit easier for her to kind of let her guard down. And that's why she has been drinking less and less, because her anxiety is going down less and less because she has a little bit more stability, or probably the most stability she has had in her life in a romantic relationship. So that's why her drinking's gone down. And she's not even in her speech, she used to be very erratic in the way that she spoke. Even that's calmed down a little bit, right? Because she feels a little bit more secure with Erik.
That's like okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
Erik. Oh my God. Listen, Erik is worse than Chris. And Layla, I got you. I'm gonna alley-oop this, and then I'm gonna pass it to you so you can dunk it. All right? That's what we about
co-sign this.
Listen.
I was about to bring the sixth element in. Yeah, go on.
Erik is worse than Chris.
God,
and the reason why Erik is worse than Chris, in my opinion, this doesn't have to be Layla's opinion, but in my opinion, the reason why he is worse is because he actually did love bomb. Chris was trash from get-go. We knew he was trash. Now, the only reason that Paige didn't clock it is because of whatever's going on in Paige's head. But Chris is trash from today to tomorrow to forever to eternity. So for me, that's not as problematic or dangerous. But Erik love bombs. And the thing with Erik is that he has anger issues. And you can tell listen, Erik and the one we just left, Vinny, the two of them have anger issues. When you go through a negative emotion and that shows up in your body, that means you're getting ready. Like your fight and flight response has been set off with your anger. And you can either fight or you can flight. And they're ready to fight. And that's why it's scary. Because if you have control over that anger, it wouldn't come out of your body, especially to your significant other, the person you're in relationship with. It should never come through your body as a fight response. That lets me know that you have anger issues. And he had his fight response all through him. And the thing that makes it even scary is that he is in denial. No, yeah, he's in denial over the things that he's not in denial. I don't even know what's wrong with that man. It's like he doesn't, either he's not fully aware or he's fully aware and he just does not want to accept it. And he tries to dance around the fact that there are things about Virginia that he does not like. When it comes to drinking, if Virginia does not stop, that's going to be a big issue. But with Erik, because he has anger issues, he's trying to hold it in and making these comments. Let me hop off of that. So he has anger issues, period. Let's hop onto yours and mine. How do you say you love this woman, but the first thing that comes out of your mouth, oh, that's her dog. That's my dog. Like just that level of separation of this is yours and this is mine. The issues, those are your issues, not mine. But yet you're so worried about how she does not see marriage in a positive light. And at this point, she has a more solid understanding of marriage than you do. If you're sitting here talking about mine, yours, your issue, my issue, you can work on that on your own. If you don't do this, I'm gonna leave you. How? And I feel for Virginia because this is literally going to trigger her all over again. Virginia is wanting her dad's love, and so sadly, Virginia has married her dad. And if this does not work out, he will abandon her because he has actually used that tool of threatening her with a big. What is wrong with you, Erik? In your vows, you said, I would never leave you. Every chance you got in the first few weeks, I would never leave you. Open up to me. I would never leave you. I will always be here for you. Anything you want, I got you. And then you start throwing out, well, if you don't do this, I'm gone. talking to her boy, talking to his boy. He said, and if she doesn't want this relationship, then she can go back to where she came from, quote unquote.
The streets. Sorry, go on.
Really, Kojo. But really, basically, that's kind of, he has this condescendingness about him. Oh, and can we talk about the political part of this? The fact that
what? The what?
When he was talking about, our social issues, just say politics, please, because we know who you voted for. Just make it clean and clear that you ain't gonna change your mind because you are ready for 2020, whatever, and you are ready with your red cap on.
You probably
just say that. We'll be okay. Just say it. So I'm worried. I'm worried for Virginia because I do think that she married her father, and I do think that he will keep threatening her with abandonment. And I think that is going to trigger her insecurities and all her situations. And this is just going to turn into an abusive relationship where she holds leaving her over her head. And once the kids come in, it's even going to get worse. And I hope she works. I hope she never becomes a stay-at-home mom, because he is going to be the most dangerous husband if she ever gives all of her power, especially monetary, to a man like Erik. You got it, Layla.
Can I just say, well done, because I never saw any of that. But when you said it, I started to see what you were saying, because I was not on that wavelength. I thought you were starting off with madness, but you came into absolute sanity and brought me into the sanity, because I was really on edge. Where was you going, Aj? I was thinking, Aj, where you going?
Welcome, Kojo.
I'm here now. I'm here now, guys. Layla, take us deeper.
So. Yeah, just to pick up and put aside the political issue, I think we all need to understand. I've seen a couple people being like, does that mean that he's a MAGA? Listen, from the first episode when he said Southern, conservative, military family, traditional values, I said, okay, none of those things individually say specifically, MAGA country. But all of them together, and the fact that you said it and your mama said it when we didn't ask, that's what that means. That's what that means. In case anybody doesn't know, that's the code language. They don't know any Black people. Okay, and they choose not to associate with gays and homosexuals.
Yeah,
so
it's definitely Joe Biden.
I'm just saying, like, that's the journey that they chose. So that is why at the wedding it was not a tense conversation about Virginia's sister, but it was a pointed conversation about her sister, because I think that she understands that the men who are attracted to me, I have to have this conversation up front, just given the fact that we're in the South and I'm a white woman. They make assumptions about me, and I have to have that conversation up front. Let's get back to just Erik. When you're a certain age, and Erik, he actually looks a little bit older than he is, but when you're a certain age, your face settles into lines that kind of show an expression that you make often. Erik has angry lines in his face. Even when he's just having regular conversation, his eyebrows and his nostrils and his mouth, they settle into angry faces. It is too easy for me to see how he looks when he is red in the face and screaming. I shouldn't be able to see that clearly. And I can see a lot of anger in his face. Y'all, I look, I'm a writer. I'm better on the page, I be seeing, okay? And I see that there's anger there. I don't like the way he spoke to her in the counseling session. Yeah. Your issues, very dismissive. My beliefs are more important to me than yours are. Excuse me. I don't even understand how we're getting to this point in the conversation in front of Dr. Viviana. That lets me know that it gets turned up. If they're having conversations, she's already said that we avoid kind of tense conversations. I'm trying to see how turned up Erik gets behind closed doors when the conversation is a disagreement, because he spiked really, really hard. And I didn't like the way he spoke to her. I've always noticed like a tenseness to him, but this week it just became very, very, very clear to me. He draws these hard lines in the sand. Like Ajwa said, he love bombed her. He is her daddy figure. So she's really just like, finally, I found a daddy to love me, that won't leave me. He writes me songs. He, lets me drink as much as I want to drink. He doesn't judge me for that. And I'm so happy. And he's using that now to say, I can give you ultimatums because you need me to stay. So you're going to just do whatever I tell you to do, because if not, I'll leave. How about that? I'll just leave. I'll leave you here. I'll go back to my apartment. I have a good job. I have all these things. I don't need you. You can just leave if you don't get with my program. That is, I just feel like the cracks in the mask are starting to show. And I don't like what I saw in the preview for next week, where he's drawing another hard line about moving into his place versus them either getting a new place or her keeping her apartment, whatever it is. Things that should be discussions end up as ultimatums. He's not willing to reciprocate the level of communication and just communication that he demands from Virginia. These are all very little things, in addition to that some of the gestures of lovingness to me kind of they flagged in my mind as like a little bit put on. Not that they were completely disingenuous, but that they were turned up a little bit consciously to be extra. I've never written anybody a song, so let me serenade you really quick with this quarter-written song. It's called Virginia. No, I just was like, I don't think that you've never written anyone a song. And I think you said that to make her feel extra special, and I don't think you needed to, but those unnecessary lies, that's part of the love bombing. So when you withdraw it, she's now like, I'll do anything. And she doesn't even realize. I understand why Adwoa says that he's worse than Chris, because he's smarter and he's more measured in his approach and he's more mature. So I think Virginia is okay right now, but I don't know if Virginia will be okay in 2 years. I'm just not sure that she'll be fine then. I think by then he will have systematically sort of broken her down, her sort of freedom. She's younger than him. She's still passionate about her beliefs in a way that can be confrontational. This is filmed right after, everything that happened last summer, George Floyd, the nation having to reckon with all of our nonsense. Let her feel the way she feels. I don't like the talking down. And I also saw in the preview when he was like, look, I'm going back to my house after this. Either you're coming or you're not. When he said that, I was like, I saw a little smile on his face. I saw a tiny little smile. And I was like, no, this is a scary guy. And I know it sounds extra, which is why I was very happy when Adwoa was like, no, I see it. The anger is there. It sounds extra because there haven't been huge red flags, but there have been a number of little ones. And if you sort of watch back with this in mind, laughing too hard at some jokes, trying to appear very reasonable and rational in the face of Chris, but you got all this volume and aggression for Virginia. Trust me, like what I'm seeing, I don't have as many words for it as Adwoa. I don't have as many technical terms, but I'm seeing what lies beneath the mask. There's just a few cracks in there that show some gargoyle skin, and I'm scared for Virginia, for real.
Wow. Okay. Ooh, open my eyes. Candice, I mean, did you see this? I mean, I think I'm blind, bruv. I did not see this one bit, bruv. But now they're saying it.
I agree. I mean, I didn't. Okay, hold up. I don't fully agree with Erik being worse than Chris.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, I feel like Chris just is another level to me. But I do see the anger now that y'all. I mean, I've seen pieces of it. I didn't take it as far as you guys did. I definitely feel like he thinks he's her dad. But I don't necessarily see that if he continues on with that, I don't see her falling in line with it. I actually see her rebelling a lot. And I think that she is going to go back out and do her thing. And he's going to be upset. Before she leaves, I think he will. Because he'll be like, this is not what I wanted as a wife. And you're not measuring up to what I need. And so peace out. But she'll be like, fine, I'll go back and lay on my little friend's couch again. I'm good. I got a place to stay. So, yeah. I think that she will rebel against his, I don't know what to call it. I don't know, whatever it is that he is.
Authoritarian hand.
Yes.
So I say authoritarian, whatever it is. Well, I know what you meant.
Authoritarian, yeah.
yeah, just correct me because my words were all over there. I'm pretty sure that Candice. Maria, did you see this as well? Did you see this? Did you clock it? Are you seeing something different? I mean,
I did. I mean, I agree with Candice. I wouldn't say he's worse than Chris. Chris is a special beast all to himself.
My gosh, that's Ronaldo. Let Messi. Don't compare those two to anyone else. I hear you. Go on, sis.
However, I think, when they were talking to Dr. Viviana, it's interesting that they chose to bring up politics. That's an important subject, Erik. I mean, how do you feel about George Floyd? How do you feel about, police brutality and Black Lives Matter? Like, really, that's a real question, because some politics are bad. It's not just about a difference of opinion. Sometimes you need to check that. But that to the side, I hear a lot of people saying he's being a father figure in her life, and I agree. But I think that also Virginia is giving daughter energy. And so he almost needs to be a father figure in her life. What I appreciate about this episode is they got to dive deeper into their past and kind of like what makes them who they are. And I learned a lot about Virginia. And I learned a lot about why she drinks the way she does. She talked about her childhood and that she dealt with the divorce of her parents at an early age. I never had to deal with that, fortunately, thank God. But I have a lot of friends who did. And I see similar traits in a lot of my friends who dealt with divorce. And they are dealing with a lot of hurt and a lot of pain. There's a lot going on there that will cause you to feel inadequate, to feel like you're missing something out of life, and will cause you to, seek out different things to fulfill you. And I think in her case, it is alcohol. And I think that it also shows why she has so many guy friends. Because remember, she talked about kind of disconnecting from her dad and kind of cutting her dad off. And could it be that, that's why she has so many guy friends, so that she can fill the void of like a man in her life that is that platonic relationship. And she's always putting herself in a position to where she needs to be taken care of by these guys, right? Passing out on their couches, being too drunk, having to be babysat with the drinking and stuff like that. So I know we've been joking on Virginia, calling her vodka and stuff like that. But in this episode, I started to feel sorry for her. Just because I know so many people who have gone through what she's gone through, and I know how harmful it can be. So there's that, but I do feel like she's giving off the daughter energy. And I think Erik is feeding off of that and being a father, but and in the same token, like he's too controlling, like he's very controlling. The whole conversation with Dr. Viviana about like that's her issue and like, all this, like, no, it's y'all's issue because both of y'all don't agree. So stop trying to like pass the buck, and I think that he's being emotionally abusive by threatening to leave. I think when you commit to a person, don't threaten to leave unless you really trying to leave. Yeah, because I'm very quick to tell somebody that, like, you can leave then. Like, don't try to hold that over my head. I think that it's whack. And I think that he's using that as a controlling tactic. But I like that they were open with each other, honest with each other. I like that they were having deeper conversations with each other. I don't know. I'm not really so much a fan of them as a couple, but I think that they might have a chance of like making it work. I don't know. But yeah, I agree with the ladies. They said pretty much everything that was in my notes. So get out my notes, y'all. But that's really all I had to say.
Appreciate it, Maria. David, did you see the same thing? Did you see it that way? Maybe we're blind, bro. We need to open our eyes, cause. Wait, I haven't even heard you speak, and I'm saying we. It's me. It's not you.
I'm with you. I had not realized a lot of the things they highlighted. Like, good job. For real. Like, you guys did a good job in your observation, because I had not realized and connected those particular dots. I still don't think he's worse than Chris, but I just
said that for effect. Don't worry, bro. She's trying to sell them.
I do think he is controlling, and I do think that his anger is unnerving. However, I also feel like his anger is more controlled. Like, I don't see him as a fighter, right? Like, I don't see him as someone who's necessarily like Adjoa mentioned, the fight or flight response. And I haven't seen evidence of him lashing out his anger, but he does threaten a lot, right? He makes a lot of threats, and I think that's his chess move in a way, because he notices that, like, she's very vulnerable in that particular area of abandonment, and I think that's actually very scary, because he knows what he's doing and how he's doing it. He knows how he's emotionally abusing her by playing that card. Like, so when he sees, okay, she's very vulnerable in this area, and I have a lot of things that I don't want to put up with, he's waving that in front of her to be like, okay, it's either you're going to comply or you're out of here and you're going to be alone just like before, right? So I think that's even worse than not realizing it, or even worse than like not even being in control. Whereas like Chris, he tries to manipulate and he doesn't really think things through. Erik thinks it through, and he knows what he's doing and how he's doing it. But then there's also the added pressure of knowing that you're on TV, and you can say like, well, I was just sticking up for myself and what I believe in and my values, right? Like, I don't see what I was doing, what I was doing was wrong, because I was just sticking up for what I believe in. That's going to be his defense, right? So I think there's pressure from different sides, and he's essentially closing in on her. And I think for a while she's going to comply, but ultimately she's not going to be able to stay with him after he keeps doing that, because she's going to feel like, okay, I'm in the same cycle as with my father. And as Adjoa also mentioned, she has that fearful avoidant attachment style. She wants to cling on to somebody, but eventually she's going to fear. And she's going to be like, nah, I can't actually be here. And she's going to push away again. And it's just going to be this cycle all over again.
I love that. Appreciate it. Anu. I didn't tell me you. My bad.
Oh, wow. Sorry.
So I know it's me.
Yeah, I kind of agree with most of the panel here. This was like this episode kind of triggered me onto Erik a lot, because like I just saw defiance and like how he wants things to go about. Like before it was like, he compared his marriage with Virginia to his previous marriage, but then now it's like once we got to politics and his beliefs, it was just like, this is what I want, this is what I want things to be, this is the way I believe things. She has her own way. However, if this relationship's going to work, this is what she needs to do. And it's like, it's coming from like, you can say he's a manipulator. I think he's more calculated, whereas as we're comparing to Chris is more like playing like a child game. He's playing checkers. This is like Chris is coming at this like a very calculated, very chess-like moves. And it's like, as we were talking a little bit earlier in the show, like the way they're doing polar opposites and trying to have them converge. If we're saying Erik is just conservative, religious, military backed, the last type of person he wants to be with is someone who has liberal, progressive views. And we're seeing that in Virginia, that's who she is. And even as much as I like Virginia as a person this week versus other weeks, yay, stay off the liquor, I don't see how they're going to work out if he's telling you exactly what he wants and how things are going to be for them to succeed.
I'm hearing that. again, I honestly, ladies, you've opened my eyes to it more. I didn't actually see it like that. Maybe because I was just so I was not paying attention as that like that on them to see those things, because I never saw it. But when you've explained it, it's opened my eyes to some of his behaviors in regards to the controlling aspects. I personally don't know if his controlling is coming from necessarily I want to hurt Virginia. I think his is coming from more of a case of, like he mentioned, every relationship has been cheated on, and this is a method of control. Yeah, he mentioned at the end, towards the end, when he was talking to Virginia, every relationship has been cheated on. And sometimes what can happen from the fear that can produce the controlling man. So I don't know. I'm not disagreeing the fact he's controlling. I'm more of saying I don't know if it's his role is similar to Chris, where Chris, I believe Chris is trying to hurt Paige. Like, yeah, he does not care. He wants to finish her and send her to the grave early. All right. Whereas with Erik, I'm seeing that this is somebody who wants to control the proceedings. He wants things his way because it stops. He thinks that's stopping history repeating itself. So that's what I kind of see from Erik in terms of where his controlling nature is coming from. It's more of a deep-rooted insecurity and not being able to deal with the pain of the past, and that's leading to now. But again, I'm always open because, like I said, I didn't see none of what y'all saw today. So as for me, I am schooled well, and I am humbled because the ladies came correct with wisdom today. Y'all broke me off some food today. So I'm gonna go back and watch that again and just tap into that a little bit more and see a little bit more deeper as well. Let's talk about obviously Jacob and Hayley. Obviously, Jacob and Hayley are interesting because I'm still flabbergasted. I'm trying to find out what work Hayley was doing that she's talking about. I want to know the work. I want someone to, if maybe the lady saw something I didn't see this week again, so I want to open it to the lady. Maybe they saw something I didn't see, because I want to know what work she put in that she keeps talking to Dr. Viviana about. She put in work. So, David, you're going like this. Talk to me, bro. What's this?
She's BSing her way through this. Honestly, she's known for the longest time that she didn't want to be invested, and then there's also points where they're saying, okay, she's picky and stuff like that. I feel like she's putting up a facade. The only work that I've seen that we can say is even slightly like her trying to put an effort is when she bought him the clothes. I can't currently recall any other time where it seems like she's actually put in equal effort or tried to put in more effort than that particularly. And even then, she was kind of telling him, I still don't like you because of, like, I don't like you as you are. You have to change yourself before I can like you, right? Like, to me, even that was somewhat of a backhanded compliment or gesture when she's trying to put in effort, right? To me, I don't see any area where she's actually put in work. I can see where Jacob has put in work, even though he's also made it very clear what his motives are. He's very sexually frustrated right now, so he's trying to be patient. I think he's still jumping to conclusions. He's still trying to logic his way through her emotions and see, okay, if 2 + 2 = 4, then maybe I can still somehow get 16 out of this, even though he understands it's not going to work that way, right? The way that her emotions are working in this place is that she's making it very clear that she's not attracted to him, and he's trying to make it work. It seems like he's willing to do whatever he has to do, which she has admitted to. And I feel like that's what makes me more frustrated, the fact that she sees that he's putting in the work and trying to appease to whatever she's asking for, and it's still not enough. It will never be enough, and he knows that, but it's just like for some reason, he still stays in the game. Like, I'm just like, it's frustrating because it seems like she's, even when they were with Dr. Viviana, I can't remember exactly what they had said, but it seemed like just more BS, right? Like I kind of just tuned out at that point because it just seemed like it was more excuses coming from Hayley as to why she wasn't really feeling Jacob when we already know what the reason is, right? I don't see what the purpose is from here moving forward. It's just that every episode, even for the preview for the next episode, we've seen that she's still not interested. So it's just like, why are we going through all this? Why are you forcing it if you know what it really is at the end of the day? It's a waste of time, really. And I think that's what Jacob was trying to avoid by being direct. Again, he has a lot of social skills, and there's a gap there that needs to be closed. There's still some things that he has to work on. But I think he was trying to skip all this unnecessary part because he's like, okay, you're not attracted to me, and I understand that you're picky and I'm just not fitting for you. Let's just skip to the part where we end this, or we can just be friends and we can come to some sort of agreement. He asked for that in the beginning. She said, no, let's work through it. So he's like, okay, let's work through it. He goes through all these steps, and it seems I understand why he's jumping to conclusions, because he's like, I'm trying to skip all the BS that you're doing. I still think he's premature in his conclusions, but I understand why he's gone there. It's very frustrating.
I appreciate that. Jacob lovers, Aj, since you're holding it down for Jacob then things there, like what are you saying about your man? What's happened to him, man?
So in the absence of our president, since the president is not here, I will be taking secession for today, and I will pass the baton on to Onu, because I know Onu has been itching to be a part of management. So we'll move you up for today because Chris is not here. So Lola, I hope I make you proud. Jacob is my boy, period. We all know this, okay? So there's nothing else I can say about that. The thing I even loved more so is that Jacob gave Hayley room to look even more foolish. Like, Jacob didn't even talk this episode, and that actually gave the platform for Hayley's foolishness to be displayed in all of its glory. And I loved it. He was just sitting there like, what you saying? Oh, okay, yeah, okay, you've been working. Okay, what have you been doing, Hayley? Other than asking the man for one beer, that really, you like berated him to have he said he don't want beer. Like, oh, you gonna make me drink by myself? I don't want beer. Simple. Why should I drink with you? This will make you more attracted to me? It's not the shirts anymore. It's not the meat sweat anymore. It's me drinking beer with you. Okay, bring it on. Let's drink beer. And you're still not attracted to me. What do you want me to do? How about you say your truth, Hayley? Okay, Hayley has always and will always be a liar. Hayley is a liar. Speak the truth. Why every week the reason for not liking this man changes? Why? Speak your truth. This week, it is because because you've been doing so much and he's not putting effort in. Last week is because he wears too many 80s shirt. When the shirt in that episode was actually a Ralph Lauren shirt. Yes, I peeked. I saw it.
Team Jacob.
It had the tag on there.
Come on,
Ralph Lauren.
Ralph Lauren.
Where in the world is that an 80s shirt? Please let me know, Hayley. Where? So I am so tired of Hayley and these foolishness and the fact that you can't man up and speak your truth. You will never like this man. And I would take a man that has a high emotional acuity than someone who is socially versed. I will take that. Because you know what? You're my man. And when we're in the room by ourselves, we can talk sense. You can peep my game, call me on my BS. I may have to apologize, and we keep it moving. But at least I know I am secure with you. When the counselor was there and was talking about kissing, you knew dang gone well you were not going to kiss this man. Why can't you at least say, well, I'm not so comfortable with that? That is my thing with Hayley.
Ooh.
Own your truth.
Hello, Boogie.
Don't put up this facade, and then when it's just you and this man, you start saying madness. Don't put the facade up because you're trying to save face. You don't like the man, and you know what? I'm not even mad at it because guess what? Jacob don't like you either. Jacob don't like you. Yes, he checked out. The day you stood by the island and you said, I'm not attracted to you, my man was checked out. He was like, yep, done. Jacob is done. Jacob knows what she's playing. Like, Jacob knows the game. And so Jacob is done, and there's nowhere else to go from here. And I think he's just trying to buy the time until decision day. She's trying to buy the time until decision day. And if she ever says, yes, I want to try to still work on this, it's only because she's scared her friend Lauren is going to be talking her ear off of being dumb and stupid. And so she probably say yes, just so she doesn't hear Lauren's mouth. Because for real, after Jacob, Lauren is MVP. Thank you. I can
Go
see
on, Nudge. Go on, Nudge. Jeez, go on. Team Jacob has responded. There's obviously opposition to Team Jacob on this panel, and he's arrived at the perfect time.
I'm sorry, Kojo, you did this on purpose.
I don't know if it was planned.
We've had an hour and something of talking. I didn't see Dee Dee's face.
Listen, you did not see the signs?
Dee Dee?
That's the signs. The signs. Infinity. Dee Dee, since you're here, you just came at the right time. Team Hayley and them. What's your response to what Team Jacob has said?
Jacob's still corny because Jacob is like, can we spoon? And Hayley's like, no. Can you always dropping a corny joke. At this point, I'm tired of his corny jokes. Every time he give a corny joke, if I had to get $1, I'd get rich. I'm tired of Jacob. But anyway, like I said, for me, the two of them, they don't mesh. And the only thing they are perfected from the time that season started is social distancing. Thank God, none of them, they will not get corona. That's all I can say about the two of them. They will definitely not get corona because that's what they practice. The two of them will not last. I'm just being honest, but okay. Can we spoon now? No. Pump fist. Bye.
That was from the president of the anti-Jacob team. Layla, I mean, can you support the Jacob vibe? Can you support the Hayley vibe? You may be in the middle, I don't know. But what you saying?
I'm out here splitting the vote. I'm a libertarian. I'm part of the Green Party. I am not affiliated with Jacob, but I cannot endorse the actions of one Hayley.
Okay.
Listen, I can only support what Aja was saying. Why are you lying at this point? You're just not brave enough to say, look, it's never going to work. She said it, I'm looking for someone who is going to want to do fun things with me and fit into my life. That means that, listen, I'm living a basic life. I'm a Karen, traveling edition. And I need someone who will meet me out for happy hour with my other basic Karen friends. And I don't need to tell him what to wear. And I don't need to tell him not to tell the same jokes over and over again. I don't need to tell him not to pull out pictures of his house again. She doesn't want to have to do all these things to fit Jacob into the mold of what she wants in a husband. That's what she finds unattractive. She doesn't trust him to be able to carry his weight in her social circles. It literally is that. She didn't give him a chance to get to know his actual personality. His sense of humor is dry, but he's funny. It comes off as corny because he's not really giving you the cues to laugh along with him. He doesn't change his inflection. He doesn't laugh or chuckle or smile when he's telling jokes. When she was like, no, I can't kiss you, girl. You've already had sex with him. And you are married to him. Mm-hmm. You're trying to act like a kiss is now the deal breaker. This man's bargaining for hugs, and you said that you would do it. So when he was like, so no, sexual caressing, no spooning, he was being sarcastic. It was funny because he was like, oh, really? So nothing, I can't cop a feel. I can't, none of that. Yeah. Okay, sure. Let's just turn up the AC and turn off the lights and go to bed. I don't get it. And then she has the nerve to say, I don't want a divorce. You don't want a divorce, but you don't want to hug or kiss your husband. And you just told him that you were 50-50 on his looks. And then you started being actively not attracted to him after you got to know his personality over a couple days. Mm-hmm. Pressure from the patriarchy is the only reason that you had drunk sex with him. This is what she said. I felt like I needed to do that because I was his wife. I was trying to be a wife. She low-key is very much like Paige. They both had a dude get another girl pregnant on them. She felt pressure to do things that he never asked her to do, and then she started resenting him for it. It's weird to me to see someone say one thing and then do a completely opposite thing, all with the same straight face. I don't want to get divorced. I'm trying so hard. Then not try at all. At all. She is headed for divorce. That's where she wants to go. And, she just doesn't want to have anything to do with him. And she just doesn't have the gumption, the courage to just say, let's call it right now. Let me stop wasting your time. I saw the hurt in Jacob's face when she told him that she was 50-50 on him at the altar. And then it went down to 25%. I saw the hurt in his face and I felt bad for him. And I know that was difficult for her to tell that truth so honestly in that moment. I know that was hard for her. That should have been the moment that you freed both of you. You already struck the blow. Now you're going to try to comfort him back. I still don't want a divorce though. No, girl. Now it's just extra hurtful and extra painful because you keep giving him hope that you're trying to work on it and trying to grow, and you're not. You're just waiting it out like a coward. And then Dr. Viviana is trying to pressure her into staying. See, you said that you have this pattern. Okay, well, you know what? Think about Jacob. Don't just think about Hayley and her using Jacob to solve her issues of why she has commitment issues. Like that's not his job to solve that for her, Dr. Viviana. You're supposed to be serving them both equally.
Yeah, I saw that. That was ridiculous.
Jacob deserves to get out. Exactly, Kojo. Jacob deserves to get out. So if you're going to be telling her, hey, give it a chance, keep trying, you need to be telling Jacob, listen, if this is too much for you, just let it go. Just let it go. I hope that she is telling him that and they just cut it out, because otherwise I don't understand how we're giving her credit for trying to redo his wardrobe to be even more basic. He wears regular clothes, y'all. He wears regular clothes.
It's even more regular now.
She's just trying to, pad the deck with extra regular clothes. And I wasn't impressed. Wasn't impressed by any of that.
I hear you on that still. He's wearing the shirts that she's buying though. He's doing that at least. He's doing a lot, He's actually changing his whole self, but
that's effort.
Yeah, that's effort. Candice, you wanted to offer another side of things.
Okay, so let me just start out by saying I am not Team Hayley, okay?
Okay.
But I feel like I feel like there's a level of, I think Jacob behind the scenes might be pushing sex a little bit, or trying to be like kind of sex. I think after they had sex, I just see him kind of in his awkwardness, still trying to maybe make some moves. And so Hayley is just completely turned off, because the level of disgust she has when he's like, can I hold your hand? No. Can I give you a hug? No. Can I mean, anything? Like, no, she's like, gross, get away from me. I feel like Jacob is doing some stuff behind the scenes to make Hayley be like, if you don't get this man away from me, I'm already in the other room. Like, I did the best I could. Yes, I'll sleep in the same room with you, but I'm gonna need like a pillow line in between us so that you don't stick your hand over here and try something. I've been in situations like that where it's like they're trying to be funny, but they're like throwing hints that they're trying to be like throw the sexual innuendo out, and I'm getting that vibe from Jacob a little bit. Because I feel like Hayley is just a little bit too disgusted with him.
She got the ick.
Like, she got it. He hasn't done anything that bad that would make her be like gross, So I think he's doing some stuff behind the scenes, but that's just me. He might not be. I don't want to put that on Jacob like that, but it's in the back of my head here.
He definitely was round two, day in a lie.
I like Candice already.
President of Hayley's come again. Maria, talk to us.
So I haven't, joined the Jacob bandwagon or bus station or train station, whatever you want to call it. But I'm slowly walking towards the bus stop. Just because, like, I feel sorry for Jacob. Like,
oh, that's not a reason why you should come on that side, sis.
the
That is not the
reason
reason.
why I haven't been on Team Jacob is because I still feel like Jacob needs to do certain things that are going to make a woman, any girl, attracted to you. Because everyone on Team Jacob wouldn't date him. So I'm just saying, that says something. So that being said, Hayley, she is a bold-faced liar. Like, in one breath, she says, I'm doing all the work. In the next breath, she says, I can see that he's making all of these changes for me and doing all of these things that I've wanted him to do, but I'm still not attracted to him. So which is it, Hayley? Are you doing all the work or is Jacob doing all the work? Like, she had the issue with telling the truth, and that's what really grinds my gears about her. She's extremely passive aggressive. When she turned on the waterworks in front of Dr. Viviana, I was like,
sickened.
Your name is no longer Hayley, it's Karen. Okay? Because you are literally trying to play victim, flip the script, and those waterworks is all because you look bad in this moment. You're embarrassed because you are being so mean right now. You are saying that, well, obviously she has the ick, she's grossed out by him, which, I mean, I don't know if I can really blame her, but I'm just saying, like, you're basically stringing him along. And honestly, I wouldn't even compare her to Paige. I would compare her to like Chris, because you're not attracted to this man, but you're still like giving him glimmers of hope and like trying to stay in the situation, but like you have no intention of putting in any effort. Hayley, you're not putting in any effort. You buying him shirts, that's not effort. That's you just trying to change him. Okay? And you said it out of your own mouth. How much can he change before it's too much change? You said that on camera. So you know what you're doing, and you continue to try to do this. And I don't know. Hayley, she's not my cup of tea. Now, Jacob, Kojo, I told you this, like, you need to give him some like tips and tricks on like how to like flirt or like how to like banter. Like, he's very much awkward. Like, him laying in bed giving her like the little like weird side eye of like, oh, so we can't spoon or we can't cuddle her, like, ew, creepy. Like,
oh, we can't spoon.
Like, that's not a turn on Jacob, but I feel like I get where he's coming from, but at the same time, Jacob, like, there's an art to this. Like, he's over here doing math, he should be doing art, okay? And like, I think that's where he kind of like missed the mark. Like, she's not going to be attracted to you, and someone said it, like, I don't know what he's doing behind the scenes. Like, I think she's a little bit repulsed by him, and at that point, it's hard to come back from that. It's really hard.
Yeah, that is serious.
It's really serious. Like, I know how hard that is to get over that. And so I think, Hayley, you just need to be real and like just be like, yo, it's not gonna work. Don't string it along. Like, just be honest. She has a problem with honesty. But yeah, that's all I had to say. Like,
I hear that. I hear that. Appreciate
That's called a liar.
Yeah. Definitely.
I hear that still. Anu, what's your thoughts? Since you're now Team Jacob.
I mean, what I got, first thing I got out of this is this week they argue like a real married couple. Like, they have actual arguments, and it's just like you feel the passion in the arguments. Like, this is so confusing to me. It's like Jacob has made every effort to be the type of person Hayley wants. Like, I think physical attraction matters in a relationship, and Hayley is not attracted to him. He has said it to his face or kind of into what made it or disguised it to him. But the thing with Jake is Jake doesn't pick up on social cues. Jacob's more direct, and he doesn't know how to read a room. He doesn't have that suave to like, how to play or have playful banter. And that's his downfall. He's asking way too many questions at this point. It's the same questions every single week. As much as I would hate this, I would rather him do something that she doesn't like and have her tell her that versus, is it okay I kiss you? Is it okay I hold your hands? Is it okay? Because he's not being himself. He's now being a puppet. He doesn't know what to do. And he's trying to figure all this stuff out. Honestly, Hayley's done everything to change the guy to the type of person he wants to be with, but it's beyond the meat sweats. It's just like, what is it that Jacob has done that makes it impossible for her to find him as an adequate person or human being? That's where we're at now. And someone explain that to me, please.
Okay, can I answer that question, Kojo?
Yes.
Anytime you in a relationship with a woman and you'll have to have drunk intimacy, that should answer your question. Because if a woman is really into you, she's really feeling the vibe, she would not get drunk to have intimacy with you. So for me, the drunk intimacy told me everything about them. And like Candy said, and I agree with Candy 100%, that guy is doing something very, very creepy that's creeping out. I don't know what he's doing. I don't like him. But then Candy's have a point. But drunk sex, no.
So then can I ask a question? I'm just going to push it back against everybody, right? So for Didi, as I understand it, it seems that women, they process attraction differently. At one point, they cannot really be feeling you, but because they get to know you in a certain type of way, they start to see more of aspects of who you are, and they become more attracted. So then what would you say to that? That's one question. But then the pushback is, for Hayley, right, is it possible that she's doing all this out of self-preservation and she doesn't actually know how to be in a relationship? Is it possible that these actions or the motivation behind this is that she has this unrealistic ideal of who she wants to be with, yes, but because she's not getting that and because she feels scared, the distance that she's creating is very dismissive, and she doesn't know how to deal with this situation. So she's going back and forth, so she doesn't look bad, but also she understands that, okay, I don't want to lead him on, right? Which in a sense she kind of is, but what if this is just her trying to protect herself in different ways? So I know I threw a lot out there, but y'all have at it. Go ahead.
Well, you, as a guy, you have gone out and you have approached girls before, right? And you can know if a girl is interested in you or not. So that should answer your question. I understand what you're saying, but she's just not interested. So then she would not put any effort. She'll buy him some tacky clothes to try and make it look like she's interested. She's just not. So there's nothing. When a woman is not interested in you, there is nothing you can do. I'll not ask her to spoon. I will not ask her nothing, because I would just go with the flow until the season ends. That's what I'd have done. But I'll not still try giving little corny jokes. She's not interested. So she lying, she acting like a Karen. That's up to her. But she's doing all that to just make him be unattractive to her. So he's just basically trying, but she don't want him. That's all this is.
So, David, thank you for that question. That was a very good question. I do believe that she really just does not like him. She just doesn't, because she made a statement when she said, "I have done everything. Like, I've tried everything." And so for me, I really do feel like she just doesn't like him. And the thing with women also, I do agree that we can look past looks and try to see character and try to see some other things that will give us the safety and the security that we need, because that's the hook that gets us as women, right? A lot of women, I wouldn't say all women, for most women, they want security, they want safety, they want that safe space. And so attraction usually goes up for us. It doesn't tend to go down for us. We may not like you at all, and then we grow to like you. or we meet you like a quarter and we raise our bar a little bit. So it doesn't go the other way. So when it's going the other way, brother, run. Like it's just not gonna work. And I think that's just what's happening here. She just does not like him. And then he is quirky. Like there's so many other things that are happening that's just very quirky about it. And she just does not like the man. And she just needs to man up and say that.
I kind of feel like if Jacob had just let things like just be chill and just like, okay, let me just be her friend, Hayley might have grown something for him. Or at the very least, we would have just been like, Hayley sucks and she's mean to him and there's, no coming back for her. But the fact that he keeps bringing up these hugs and kisses and stuff like that, poor Jacob, I just can't be on his side. I feel like he's just taking it too far. I wish he just would have tried to be her friend and just see where it went from there. But I don't think he can leave it right there. So his awkwardness just won't let him, poor child.
And I think the D wasn't good. I really think that's what it is. I think it just was not good at all. Like there was just nothing, like blop. And it was just like, what am I supposed to do with this?
And if that's the case, then why can't she just admit that and just leave him alone? Like what's with all the dance?
Listen, I would rather tell you that I am not attracted to you. That is the hardest thing you could ever say to a man, because that is a man's definition of manhood for the most part. Like if we're really going to dissect it and go deep and go down into it. And because as women, we know this. That's why a lot of people fake the O and they fake a lot of things because they know it strokes your ego. Okay? That's it. We know that's your definition of manhood, minus money, minus the car, minus the baddie if you're Chris, or Mercedes if you're Chris, then it's your manhood. Whether it's small, it's big, whatever size it is to you, it's everything in the world. So his little floppy disk is just it's not working and hitting. So Hayley's like, oh no, I can't do this. Haley's like, no. We ain't doing this. I can't.
You gotta watch YouTube videos out there, guys. Listen, you gotta improve the technique. Listen, just keep it 100% troll. Listen, there's YouTube videos out there. Go and learn technique. Go out there. So when you go out there, you hit it correct. Because you ain't gonna. In most cases, you ain't getting a rerun. You ain't getting a rerun. You get it one time, and look, he had one chance, and it's out of the window now. See, you guys, YouTube is there to teach you, man, them how to maneuver. You understand? I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm just being real.
Kojo, teach them.
You know what I'm saying? But obviously I don't do those things, obviously, because I'm saved and sanctified in the Holy Spirit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know about that.
Is it a medium position? Which position, Kojo? The medium? Medium position?
Regular.
Or which one?
Regular.
Wait, what was that position that Clara said? That's some backhanded
Russian something.
I was like, what? That sounds like BDSM. What are you talking about?
He had no clue what position was. I was just looking at him like, bro, like there's prune and there's. I think you just, bro, come on. There's the question's very clear, bro. Like you don't have to dodge it, but yeah, he did dodge it. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the sex probably was maybe a big issue for Hayley in that regard. I know we're making jokes, but honestly, it potentially could have been one of the reasons. I don't think it's the only decision or only reason, but I believe it could have been part of the contributing factor towards it not being saved. Like that was like her lot, because I agree with Dee. Girl gets drunk like that to sleep with you. That was like the saving grace. She did that so she didn't have to even remember. Like, do you know how rude that is? No. First of all, that's rude. Like she has got drunk, and then she wanted to sleep with you. She's basically saying like, just in case it's dead, I don't even want to remember it. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, she was throwing her last dice out there. Do you know what I mean? Like, honestly, yeah, that for me, and I think the fact that he keeps trying to go back there, and trying to, he really wants Hayley and him to work out. But I do feel there's a little bit of, I really want to mac again. I really do want to press again. I feel a little bit of that energy. That's why those jokes keep coming out. It's like he wants to have that moment again, you know, like Leona Lewis sang, you know, a moment like this, you know, some people wait a lifetime. He wants that again. And so, you know, I think he can work on a little bit of the social cues and the way he delivers it. But then again, there is a woman out there who will also miss the social cues for him. It's certainly not on his panel. But anyway, so talking obviously then about last but not least, Clara and Ryan. The last one. Let's have an adult, mature conversation. Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about So let's talk about some. Let's talk about real stuff, because obviously this conversation came up between the two of them. She asked honestly a question: what position do you like? And my brother started doing all sorts of stuff to get out of the equation and the question. A very simple question, like Christian or not. Like, you telling me you can't tell me what position you like? But you're out here in the streets getting everything else? Like, do you know what I mean? That's why I can't really rock him too tough. Like, what we saying, ladies and gentlemen? What we saying? Didi, you're laughing already, so tell me. What are you saying, brother? Unmute your thing and tell them.
Yeah, something wrong with that boy. Because, I mean, like, honestly, I'm lost for words when it comes to Ryan. I cannot figure him out. I don't know what his sexual preference is, to be honest, at this point. That's what it comes off like. And he's just hard to figure out. Clara will just continue going through that process maybe until that whole season is over. I just hope. And I've been with a girl for a year before. Like, I mean, he said he's waiting for, he goes off of like respect, and that's what he wants. So he can probably get to that point where they probably end up making love one day. And she goes by making love to get emotions, so she can get to that point where she feels emotionally connected to him. But I dated a girl for a year once, and we didn't have sex, and then we broke up because it just wasn't working. But I cannot understand how they have that little foreplay going on between them, and he just cannot just make it happen. Like what really is stopping him? So at this point, he's just hard to figure out. The only thing, like I said, he's perfected is that hairstyle. You have every episode. That hairstyle is just perfect. His mojo, something wrong with it. So then, a Christian guy, yes, I agree with him when he says he wants to wait until it gets to that. Like, the marriage just started. The basis is started on, and the way it started on the show. I understand that. So he wants to wait. Yes. But I cannot figure him out. That's all I have to say about him. I really cannot figure him out. Something is definitely wrong with him. Maybe we might see at the end of the season, but something is not right about Ryan. And then he's just not saying it, or we might see it eventually. I don't know what's wrong with him.
I hear that, Didi. Thank you. Ladies, what we saying? What we saying? Go for it, Layla.
So this is I'm going to start with Clara, because Ryan... Okay. Clara, I was very shocked with, like, kind of, when we keep it in perspective, it's been 3 weeks, right? Just over 3 weeks. I know she's gone more than 3 weeks without sex, because she said that her and her ex-boyfriend had sex maybe 3 times a year. So this burning desire, I think it's more about her validation. There's a lot of women who they don't believe a man is attracted to them, or they don't believe a man likes them if the man doesn't try to have sex with them. And she can say, well, we're doing everything but, so why can't we just have intercourse? The question could also be, I mean, why do you need to have intercourse? You're doing everything but. He obviously likes you enough to do everything but, so why are you so attached to this one aspect of sex if it's not about just the physical pleasure? So if it's just about the physical pleasure, that's one thing. We can set that aside. But the fact that she cried when she was talking to Dr. Viviana about it, she was getting like emotional. When the simple question was like, what is your emotional relationship with sex? She began to tear up. I was like, what's happening here that you're getting emotional about just the fact that he wants to wait a little longer than 3.5 weeks and you don't? That's not something to cry about. I find Clara very harsh, very jarring in her appearance and in her delivery of words. I find it, I understand why Ryan is a little bit clammed up, but did y'all peep that manic laugh that he did when he was trying to go? when he was trying to talk about she was pinning him to the wall with the sex position question, and he's like, I'll take it however it comes. I was like, ooh, no. No. I was like, that's weird. That's a weird laugh. That's like a very nervous, oh my God, you caught me and now I can't do anything but laugh. If I laugh really loud, then maybe we can move on. It was really weird. I truly, when you guys were suggesting that maybe he's a virgin, I was like, there's no way. He's 29. He's racially ambiguous and he lives in the South. That's catnip to white women. You know what I mean? Like, he's definitely gotten girls before. He works out all the time. Like, no, he's had sex. There's no like straight men in America that are 29 years old that are virgins anymore. Not in this day and age. He really might be a virgin and lying about it. There's always been something about Ryan that has seemed put on. There's always something about Ryan that has seemed carefully guarded. And it reads calculating, but it also could just be like, either he's kind of like just on here for purposes that he doesn't want to share, but he hasn't been promoting himself the way that Chris has. So it's like, I don't think it's like some malicious, like narcissistic, like I'm trying to get my music career popping type of thing. But it could really just be that he has a secret that he is very nervous might come out. And so I don't know if it's that he's a virgin. I don't know if it's some other type of sexual dysfunction. I don't know if it's some type of body issues. But it seems to be like you can't even have a conversation about sex. They let Ryan off the hook a lot. I'm always like, this is the most patient she's been, and just tell me, just talk to me. Just tell me your answer. You can't even name a position. You don't even know any positions? Like, you could just be like, look, I just like it missionary. I'm just regular. I don't need all the extra tricks. That's just who I am. You know what I mean? That would have even been an answer that she had to just accept.
That's no trimmings right there, sir.
Yeah. But he literally couldn't even come up with an answer. I was like, this is odd. And then with the laugh, something's not right. Something is very wrong there.
No, I hear you on that still. Go on, Maria.
Okay, I still stand by my like this episode more than the others. I still stand by my speculation that it's about the package, because his pants were so tight, y'all. Like, he was wearing skinny jeans, and I'm like, there's no room for nothing up in there. Okay, quit playing. But anyway, let's not dwell on that. I think that Clara, I feel sorry for her. Like, she needs mad therapy. Like, you've never had an emotional connection with sex. Like, sex is a spiritual act. Like, how? And then you've been in love so many times. Like, how? I don't get it. And this further confirms the fact that she's not able to go deep. She's not able to go to a deeper level. She doesn't have the depth that, okay. That came out all types of wrong.
Maria.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that, y'all. Get y'all minds out the gutter, okay? I'm just saying. She doesn't have, the capacity to think about things in a more intricate fashion, And so I feel like because of that, I mean, it's a turnoff for Ryan, He's a sapiosexual. I'm a sapiosexual, so I get it. Like, if someone is not able to connect with me on a more intricate level, like, I can't even do it. Like, you could be fine, you could be beautiful, whatever. It's not going to happen because I need more than that. it's a spiritual act to have sex, to be honest. And some people don't see it that way, and I can't vibe with people who see it that way. So I see where Ryan is coming from in that aspect. However, y'all doing something. Y'all doing something. And I need them to draw me some pictures, because I don't understand, like, what are y'all doing? Like, no shirt on, no shirt off, like, what is happening? Like, what are y'all doing? So yeah, I think that's the case. I think she needs like help. Like, she has some psychological things going on. The fact that her past relationships were the same exact way. How does that keep happening, Clara?
Yeah.
Like, is it you? Or like, what are you doing? Are you not sexually appealing? Is my next question. I'm not a guy, so I can't answer that question. So the fellas, let me know. But like, I'm
into black women. I can't tell you, so I don't know.
I just wonder what it is, and I think and if you watch her behavior throughout the different episodes, I definitely see her like doing things that are a turnoff, like the talking too much, the saying stuff that, girl, shut up. Like, it's just, I don't know. Like, she might need some lessons too. I think people who sign up for this show are the people that like need the most help. And they just don't be getting the help that they need. And then I also don't like the fact that Dr. Viviana only pulled her aside to talk to her. Pull Ryan aside. That's who we really want to hear from. We already know how Clara feels about it. Pull Ryan aside. Ask him, so what are your issues with sexual intimacy?
Come on now. That would have been good questions.
Like, what is holding you back? We want to know. The people would like to know. I'm going to start a petition. Okay? The people would like to know. So, I don't know. Like, they need to say no on decision day, because I don't see the point of this. And I think Ryan needs to stop doing whatever he's doing with Clara, because if you're not willing to go all the way, just stop.
Yeah.
Like, it's weak. So, yeah, that's all I have to say.
I'm hearing you. You're right there, Dave.
There's so much I have to say here, bro. Okay. Man,
Professor looked at his notes. Go on.
So the thing, I was going back and forth with on this with my lady earlier before we got on here, and her point was that he has two parents. Both of them are ministers. So he's coming from a religious background in which a lot of PKs, they do everything except for penetration. Right? They try to go all the way around it so they can say, like, okay, I'm still a virgin and stuff like that. Or they're just not ready for it. Some of them may actually be scared. Like, it's either you go all the way and you just try everything, or you're scared to enter into that arena. It may be that he's actually scared to go into that arena, and he's doing things that are comfortable for him, right? The issue is he seems to be claiming that he's more spiritual, and so of course that would make sense if he views sex as more sacred. My issue is that he's still entertaining everything else except for the actual penetration, right? Like, you're still doing. If we can assume that what they meant by intercourse is actually penetration, then that means they're doing every other type of sexual engagement, which includes like oral and all that other stuff that he may be doing outside of that. They may be doing outside of that, and she's just not getting her face, which is terribly unfair because now he's just teasing her, right? They're going closer and closer, but he doesn't want to get to that edge. And if you claim to be a Christian and you understand the principles of Christian values and stuff like that, then you understand that you are freed from every barrier that you have to every excuse that you have to be like, okay, I'm not sure if I want to go to this step, right? This is his wife. He understands what that means in the kingdom. So that means you have free reign to be able to explore, especially if she's literally begging for it from you, right? There's an issue there that he's not exposing, that he's not sharing with her, that I think needs to be discussed, because there's something going on that just doesn't make sense. But then on Clara's side, she claims that, okay, she needs this in order to feel like the relationship is actually whole, or it's like full for her, right? And it's not actually as sacred as it is for him. I think she's actually desensitized to how important it is to her. She seems to be saying, okay, it's not an emotional thing, it's just something that I have to get done, because that's what me and my partners have done before. It's just something that I need to be able to do in order for me to feel more secure in the relationship. And yet in that same conversation, she's crying. Like, she's tearing up as she's discussing this. So I don't think she understands the emotional importance that sex comes with and why it's so important to her. I think she's trying to minimize it so that it doesn't seem as important to her as a coping mechanism, so it doesn't seem like she's as attached to it. But it's very clear that it's borderline an addiction. We don't know all the details and stuff like that, but it would seem like it's very important to her, even though she's also trying to minimize it. So there's something going on there as well that's kind of confusing for me. It's a very confusing situation, because at the same time you have this conversation of he's never even taken off his shirt in front of her, or maybe that was an exaggeration or something like that. But even so, it's just like there's this barrier towards intimacy and actually being one with one another that I think Ryan is trying to avoid. And he keeps saying that he doesn't trust her, but he clearly trusts her enough to be able to play around these other things. So it's very interesting because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem very well thought out. Like, when people are actually asking him critical questions or very simple, direct questions, he doesn't know how to answer them because he doesn't have an answer, right? Like, to me, it's everything about this is sus. It just has sus written all over it. Like, there's something that he doesn't want to do or to expose. I have inclinations that it might actually be that, yes, he might have a small package, only because of the other outlining factors. He tries to, like, usually with people who have struggled with this, they do things such as they have big cars, or they try to be muscular, or they try to have things that look nice on the surface. We've seen all of those attributes with other things so far, and it seems like they try to put on this nice front, like, okay, I am this presentable man, and they try to make sure they have the good look, right? Like, so that nobody sees what's going on behind the scenes. The thing about this is that somebody has to have told him that, hey, buddy, or maybe he just knows, right? Maybe he just knows, and it's possible. But either way, it seems like he's trying to cover up for some sort of lack of confidence in this area, because it's just, I mean, even then, if he's teasing her and they're playing around and doing all this, she has to have already known. It's not a secret anymore either. So that's why I feel like everything about this situation is just all types of sus.
Candice wanted to offer side. Go for it, Candice.
Yes. So I actually agree with everything everybody's saying, but I want to throw another idea out here. Throw my little idea out into the ocean here and get your thoughts on it. I feel like, as much as Clara says sex is not emotional to her, I feel like it is, because after she says I fall in love easy, I think she equates sex to love. So I feel like Ryan knows that. So Ryan is like, I'm not in love with her yet. I don't want to go there with her and she fall in love with me. And then what if I never fall in love with her? Like, I don't really want to hurt her like that. So I'm just going to hold that back until I feel like I'm ready. Because if I let that go, she's going to fall hard for me. Not that he's that good, but I'm just saying, like, I think she equates sex to love. So what do you guys think about that? I think that might be what he's thinking. Go ahead.
I hear you on that. And I would totally go along with that train of thought. The issue is they're still doing sexual things. Right? So then even if he knows that, I feel like it would be worse, because then he knows he's leading her on by doing other sexual things and then denying her of that climax, right? Like, denying her of that one thing that she actually wants. Like, yes, I don't want to hurt her, but at the same time, I want to get mine. So I don't know how I'm going to deal with that, but I'll just push it off for later. Like, to me, even as a calculated move, that's still wrong, right? So there's something going on here that I feel like Ryan knows he's doing something wrong, but at the same time, maybe it's his convictions, maybe his line of thinking is, I don't know. It's just, he seems to be a very logical person, but then also at the same time, we know that sometimes when we look past the curtain, there's a lot of mess going on behind the scenes. And I think that's exactly what this is. We just don't know what it is. We haven't seen his cabinet yet, so I don't know.
But do you think that he is thinking he's giving her just enough? Like he knows she wants sex, so maybe let me just give her a little taste to hold her over. I mean, it's not smart, but maybe he's trying to give her just a taste.
What she doesn't want taste. She want to eat the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like she doesn't want just a little bit here and there. That's what he wants. He's fine with that, and he understands how far he wants to go. She's literally saying, yo, give me the whole meal. I don't want any more appetizers. I want the full course. And he's like, I don't know. You want some more fries? Like, you can't do that. You know what I mean?
Adra, you looking at like you want to say something?
Okay, I do. So, as we were watching this, because Layla and I were the only brave souls that wanted to watch this with commercial rolling. And so as we were watching this, medium sex position came up in the conversation, and I was so perplexed. I was like, hold on. I know what I'm gonna do. So I took my phone and I was like, Siri, what is medium position? And Siri was like, girl, child, stop playing with me. Like, don't ask me foolishness. Like, this is nonsense. Don't ask me this. Like, stop playing with me. I would rather rap you an old song than to tell you what medium sex is, because this is foolishness. So we don't know what medium sex is. And hopefully we don't ever know what medium sex is. But let me debunk a few myths. I don't think Ryan has a small penis. He may have like a regular, like leaning smallish kind of, but not like wow, Hook. Like shocker, like like I don't think that's what it is, because they've been doing everything. And if it is, Hayley would not be as thirsty as she is. Hayley. Obviously, she likes whatever it is that she's seen and been doing. So she's like, can I get some more? And he's like, no, sis, wait. So that's really what's going on. I'm going to debunk that. I don't think so.
Okay.
Now, number two, the fact that he keeps his shirt on lets me know that Hayley was probably the provocateur.
Clara, just in case you forget. Because Hayley ain't getting nothing. So.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Clara. That's the girl's name, Clara. Clara is the one who is initiating the whole situation. Yes. Like, you know what? Okay, so this is how I think the conversation went. Hey, let's have some sex. So they start kissing. Her hands start moving. And he's like, no, I don't want to have sex. I really want to wait. I need to learn to trust. Okay, well, you know how men, and I've mentioned this before, when men are like, let me put the tip in. I think Clara was like, let me put the tip in real quick. Like, let me just, have dinner downstairs real quick. Like, let me show you what I'm working with. And she thought she was going to really flip it around on him. And that was just, he was going to see stars, and then it's a go. But my brother is so structured, and my brother is so like, stuck in his ways, that even after that, because once that Pandora box is open, there's no going back. So I think, and that's probably, that just came to me. That's probably why she's even more frustrated, because she's the one that's initiating it, because she's the one that's trying to use this as a tactic. Okay. So she's even more frustrated, because it's like, it's not working. The one thing that I do want to say about Ryan, though, is, listen, if anybody is like the president of a Ryan team, I might join and just be like a part-time member, because I am starting to like Ryan. I really am. From last week when he had that conversation, and I know you guys are saying that it was like an inappropriate place to have the conversation. For me, that level of depth, like that level of depth is substantial. And that's what you want. Hayley, on the other hand, has no depth whatsoever. And so that just went whoop to her. Like, she didn't even catch that. And then to squash that boy's like attempt to actually build a relationship, that right there, it collapsed whatever safe space they have. And he's not going to be able to open up anymore. Now, Ryan, I really truly believe that Ryan just does not want to have sex yet. I think Ryan does not see this as a marriage. I think Ryan sees this as a true trial period. The marriage starts on decision day. That's how he's looking at this. Ryan is an INTJ, I feel. Like I am an INFP. And what are we? INP, what are we, Maria?
We are an INFP or something like that.
Okay. Well, I'm
yeah,
feeling.
INSP. Wait, don't put me in the same category as Ryan. I ain't that uptight.
Listen, we're counselors, okay? We're counselors. That's what we are. David, please put your thing back on mute. I know you're about to check me with your little learned stuff. You're about to check me on this. Listen, we're counselors, okay? I am feeling people. So Ryan is the INTJ. Well, the people, the architects, okay? That's who Ryan is. They're very structured, very, very structured. And so with him, he's really thinking like, this is a methodical way of going about it without me failing. This is fail proof. If I can actually solidify a solid relationship. And the one thing that I love about Ryan is he actually listens to her. Have you seen his body language when she's talking? He is literally absorbing every single thing and listening. Kojo, don't get me in the chat, okay? And listening to everything that, Clara is saying. So for me, I really do like Ryan in that if Clara is just to calm down and allow him to just plug in and get the energy that he's looking for a solid energy, something to build a family with. That's all it is. And if she can't give it, Kojo, stop it. And if he can't give it, then they're done. They're done. Oh, my last point, and I'm not going to butcher words on this one. My last point is that, Clara's too fast for me. Like, that's just too much. Like, I'm not a man and I'm turned off. For a man who's struggling to build trust with you and to build something solid with you, especially a virgin like Ryan. Yes, he's a virgin. He's a straight virgin. He's a virgin. He lied. That's the one lie Ryan told. So for a man who's trying to build a relationship with you, and you keep talking, especially one who holds sex at such a high esteem, and you keep talking about how loose you are, that is the biggest turn. I get turned off by men who talk about sex like that. Like, I will be gone. If you start commenting about anybody part of mine earlier in like the second, third date, I'm gone. That it's just a turn off for me, because sex is so spiritual for me. And because of that, I am not going to just deal with someone who doesn't see it on that same level, because what that tells me is the people you have allowed in your soul, I am going to be inheriting when I open my soul up to you. And if you're a gatekeeper of your soul and you are intentional about the people you allow into your soul, you're not just going to be opening your legs willy-nilly.
That's true.
She has, I think she may have been molested, or there was like something happened to her where she deactivated her feelings from sex. Either that or she never fell in love, because there's no way you can be in love with a man and they touch you and you don't feel anything during intercourse. I'm sorry. It just doesn't happen. So she has very deep-seated issues that she needs a sexual therapist for, to start with that before Ryan ever sleeps with her. I would advise Ryan not to sleep with her ever until she goes through sex therapy and graduates with a certificate that she can show and say, listen, I did my work and I am done. Because the demons that she's rolling around in. And how did you go a year with having sex 3 times and now you're struggling with 2 weeks?
Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you, that got me.
Were you cheating? She must have been cheating.
That's a good point.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
That's a good point, yo. Good point. No, you lot have made some good points. Only you're the last person, I think. Has everyone spoken? I think only the last person.
I mean, yeah, Ryan. I'm trying to put a finger on it. Everyone has their opinions. I'm either he has low sexual experience or it's like a performance issue. If it's a performance issue, then why is he engaging in sexual activity, any type of sexual activities? He would just pause. He would have paused all sexual. He would have paused intimacy and just focused on romance.
Maybe
and that's not what it
is. You know what I mean? Performance elsewhere might be fine, but maybe the.
But what I'm getting is 50 Shades of Grey Christian Bale type of energy right here. And it's just like he wants to connect to somebody who wants to be in his world and do things his way. And I hear the word saposexual, and again, he gets turned on by being in intelligent conversations and being able to talk about his feelings and how to put that to a different plane. And if that's the case, Claire's kind of not the best person for that, because she's giving you the energy. She wants her back blown out, and she's been waiting 3.5 weeks for that to happen, and it hasn't happened yet. So, and if that's the case, then it's like with Ryan, it's like he might not have as many as partners as him, but at the same time, he's very selective. He knows what he wants. He knows how to please a partner, whatever, and whatever he's doing is not enough for Claire at this particular point. If anything, he's teasing, leaving him on. And I agree with a lot of what everyone's saying. I don't think he's a virgin, because if he was a virgin, then why is he doing intimate acts? Why is he so interested in connecting her on that intimate or that intellectual level? And maybe that's the reason why he's kind of like gung-ho about going the entire way. Is his package small? I don't know. Again, sounds you can let me. I'm not looking no one's pants, so I don't know. I wasn't looking below the waist. That's just me. But if he's a saposexual and he's looking for intelligence, like what Claire doesn't give me that type of energy, and that's going to be a problem. Even if it's 4 weeks, if it's 8 weeks, it's just like what is he? She's not going to have the type of skills to get him to want to express himself fully.
Wait, Onu, did you say saposexual or sapiosexual?
Sapiosexual. These words are too much. Like my vocabulary, it's like my brain is spinning.
Kojo, you want us to a dilemma?
Hey, this is
dilemma.
This could be a dilemma.
This could be a dilemma.
This could be a dilemma.
Saposexual, I apologize.
No, you do. I'm only playing with you. I'm winding, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah, guys, thank you so much. It's been one of those conversations. You know what? One day we're gonna host a conversation, a mature conversation, around sex. Yeah, one day on this channel. It's gonna be mad. I'll get some sensible people discuss it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe get some experts in there. Because I don't know if you guys saw, I had a live with a woman who was a sexual therapist. And she was talking about, obviously, people that have gone through trauma and stuff like that, and how they deal with actually getting over that, because that's also something that can affect your intimacy as well. So we are talking about Clara and what she's gone through, and having a sexual therapist who can maybe make that understanding, those connections. Because I really do believe that she needs therapy, deep, because there's no way you can be disconnected between I'm loving every guy that I've been with, and then sex is like nothing's going on. Like it's a disconnect. So I really believe that she could use some therapy, and maybe that will slow her down in terms of trying to be so on it with Ryan, and maybe that will also free him up as well to be a bit more open to the possibility of at least laying the smack down. So guys, thank you so much for joining us. I know I kept you guys up late for once. You guys actually, it's past you lot's bedtime today, isn't it? Yeah, how's it feel? Eh? You can hear the birds tweeting and eating. You understand? Yeah. But yeah, guys, before you guys leave in the audience, please make sure you're liking this live. Make sure you leave a comment on the actual video as well. It helps with all the analytics. I want to thank my lovely panelists for joining me today: Candice, Onu, Layla, Didi, David, Joa, Maria. Appreciate that. Thank you for coming through, man. It's been a pleasure. Tonight I'm going to sleep early because I've got some stuff I need to do tomorrow morning, which is usually not my thing, but I gotta do something tonight. So thank you guys again. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, and leave your thoughts below. Appreciate you guys. Zuzu.